Well, once again, ladies and gentlemen, for those of you just joining us here in the Jim Norick Arena in Ring 2, we're going to get started with your Key Bull Show. We're excited to welcome back your judges, Mr. Ernie and Sam Wallace.
As we prepare to pick our champion percentage Simbra bull here, Tyler and I have discussed these bulls, and we're very pleased. Just the numbers were really low, and this what you see is what you get out here. But certainly the quality, a guy can make a case for this percentage Simbra setting that we're in now, and we've implemented to show these percentage Simbras. And certainly these 4 bulls are high quality bulls in their own right, and there's some subtle differences in them. And so Tyler and I are going to just give you a little bit of what we see in each one of these bulls, and then we'll select our champion bull. But the calf that comes out of that first class, we really like his presence and his style and his presentation. But beyond that, here's a calf that's awful complete in his structural makeup. We love the depth of body that this one has. He's bold sprung, he's flat shouldered, just a nice, really nice prospect there. The young lady's black baldy bull here comes out of our 2nd division. As we spoke in class, you look at this bull and you'd kind of hope from his phenotype that he may be one that a guy could implement using on some heifers, but he's built that way, he reads that way on paper, and the young lady does a good job showing this bull. He's a really nice outline on that particular bull as well. Young lady's bull that comes out of the 3rd division. Here's a nice red kind of a bull that we like the slope to his shoulder. We said in class that he was big-footed and sound at the ground. We still believe that way. Just a nice bull he brings out. Our older bull here that comes out, we love this one for the condition that he's in terms of staying fresh and green, if you will, at this stage. Maybe we'd like to, have him a little further along, but we don't know whether he's been out on cows. But that said, here's a bull that's very complete. Love his structural integrity, love his testicle size. Just a really nice lineup of bulls. Tyler and I are going to talk them one more time, and then we'll get you a champion percentage Simbra bull.
Just a single entry here on the Chianina side, but we got a nice one. This deal's pretty complete from one end to the other, very balanced, and his overall makeup. He's good neck, good shoulder. Got about the right amount of bone and substance to him. Really wide base when you get behind him. That's a nice calf. Could sure stand quite a bit of competition.
Well, congratulations back over here in the Simbra ring. Results out of your grand drive, your grand champion percentage Simbra bull. Coming out of the 1st division, that goes to Hagen Cattle of Yoakum, Texas, with Hagen Ace 647L. And congratulations, reserve grand champion percentage Simbra bull. Coming out of our final division, that'll go to Peach Creek Ranch of Granger, Texas, with Peach Warrior K6. Well, over to the key ring. Results out of your first class of key bulls. First place went to back number 7374. That's SIL Isley 3528 LET, exhibited by Brown Farms, Silveris Brothers, and Schaefer Tice Show Cattle. Now in the ring, class 2 before the division. These are key bulls born April of 23.
Another single entry here, but a calf that's really green in his condition, not quite there yet as far as show ready, but I think in terms of balance and eye appeal, he's really extended out through his front end, like the cleanliness that he has up through that chest floor. He's a bull that tends to want to get just a little bit weaker on his pastures, kind of wants to pop him a little bit when he gets going around the ring, just in terms of soundness. But I think down the road, get some more condition on this calf and give him a little more depth. But really long body, good neck, nice look to this calf. Just maybe not quite as much body shape and dimension as we'd like to see.
Well, congratulations. Back over to the key ring. Results out of class 2. First place will go to back number 7377. That's MLTN RHG Who Knows 415L, exhibited by Kendall Melton of Mudall, Oklahoma. We're now going to bring in those two first placings, select the champion reserve, late junior bull calf. Over in the Simmental ring, we are on a photo break before we get started with the Simbra heifer show.
Got our two class winners here for this calf champion division, and calf up here on my right, just a little farther along right now in his condition. He's got more depth of rib and center portion of his body. He's a calf that's really good bone, good structured kind of a calf, really wide base and wide pin when you get behind him, and he just gives you a really good look from one end to the other. Very, very solid kind of a calf. Super long body, long spine calf here that won that second class. Just in terms of depth of flank and body, he doesn't have quite as much, but he's quite a bit greener right now. When you get behind him, he does have amazing amount of muscle, and just as for as green as he is pretty wide based. Just not quite as show ready today as our young calf up here in front of him. The young calf out of the first class is going to be your calf champion. You'll be reserved. Congratulations.
Well, congratulations over in the key ring. Results out of your first division. Your champion late junior bull calf will go to Brown Farms, Silveris Brothers, and Schaefer Tice Show Cattle with SIL Isley 3528 LET. And reserve champion, and congratulations, will go to Kendall Melton with MLTN RHG Who Knows 14L. We're now going to welcome in Class 3. These are key bulls born March of 23.
Another single entry here. If you need some extra pounds and performance and width, this calf can sure do it for you. He's extremely wide, big-ended when you get right behind him. A lot of muscle in this calf, good stout bone kind of a calf. With that extra power, he's got just a tick more shoulder, but that's all right. This bull can sure put some pounds of performance to your calf crop. Really nice calf.
Well, congratulations in Class 3 for your Key Bull Show. First place, go to back number 7378. That's TLLC Who Knew, exhibited by Tyler Loudon of Creston, Iowa. We're now going to welcome in Class 4. These are Key Bulls born in February of 23.
nice trio of bulls, and the one we're going to start with, I think, is just the combination of the three. As you get off on the side view profile, this calf, he just gives you such a striking look. So good looking in terms of balance from his nose to his tail. He's a calf that has got enough body and enough in the middle portion of his body, enough depth of rib, adequate in terms of muscle. He's sound enough on the move. It's just an awful complete kind of a package and a really nice kind of a calf. If you need just a little extra bone and muscle, this is probably the one you need to tie to for your herd. Really a wide base and lots of shape when you get behind him. He's got that extra shot of bone that you like to see. Front 1/3 on this calf is not quite as ideal as our class winner. I'd probably just tidy him up just a little bit through that front end. But that's a good calf. There's a lot of good things about him that sure couldn't improve a lot of cow herds. Next bull we've got in line, got just in a tough class here. That's just a good, useful kind of a calf. He's maybe not stout as bone and as deep flanked and deep bodied as the two bulls that are above him, and just a little greener today in his condition. But that's a good bull. I think just a bull that's very useful. Got a good look and a good pattern on the side view. Three really nice bulls, exceptionally nice bulls to start the class with.
Well, congratulations over here in the Key Show. Results out of Class 4. Key Bulls, first place, go to back number 7381. That's BMW NL. Fitz Progeny 110L, exhibited by Weingartner Show Cattle and Fitz Genetics, Harrod, Ohio. Second place, and congratulations, will go to Summers Cattle. And third place, exhibited by C3 Cattle Company and JW Brigette. Back over to the Simmental ring. We're getting started with your Simbra heifer show. These are percentage Simbra heifers. Class 12 is in the ring. Percentage Simbra heifers born April of 23.
Another good single entry here is the January calf that, once again, you just like him in terms of his look and his front 1/3. He's super long-bodied kind of a calf, a tremendous amount of growth in this calf for a January bull calf. He's got some muscle and design to him. Probably tied him up in his sheath and his underline just a skosh, but that's a good bull, really nice bull. Congratulations.
Over here in our percentage Simbra show, the young ladies bring us out a really nice pair, a competitive pair of heifers here. And Tyler and I like both of these heifers quite a bit. We think there's some differences in them. And we're going to use the young ladies' black baldy heifer to start this particular class. And we just think when you get behind this one, she's got so much more center rib to her. She's got more muscle as you look at her from the rear. But with that being said, she's got a lot of structural integrity. We think she's better out of her hip. She's really soft in her spine, just a real nice female that we think that we can use here real logically. Not to take anything away from the young lady's heifer, the red heifer that comes out here second. We think this thing's really, really balanced, a heifer that can get out and travel fairly easy. The young lady does a super job sticking her. We just like to see this one with a little bit more body. Maybe fix her in her hip just a little bit, if you will, but a real nice pair of females to start off our percentage Simbra show.
Well, congratulations. Back over to the Key Bull ring. Results on Class 5. First place exhibited by Zachary Buchanan of Waxahachie, Texas, with Dust the Situation 876L. Now in ring 2, we have all of your first and seconds to select a champion reserve early junior bull calf. Back over to the Simbra ring. Results out of our first class. Congratulations. We'll go to back number 70417. That was Andy Peoples of Rockwall, Texas, with Hagen CeeLo 032L. In second place, we'll go to Kinley Compton of Franklin, Texas. Down the ring, Class 13, percentage Simbra heifers born February of 23.
Young man's a little black heifer here, really an eye-appealing kind of a female, really balances well. Love the extension that she has up in the front 1/3 of her body. Maybe like to just give her a little bit more slope to her shoulder and a little bit more bone as we get her out here. It'll be interesting to see for division, but certainly a heifer that's worthy of more competition and even more worthy of a blue ribbon. Congratulations.
Here in our Chianina side, we're out here for this bull calf championship, and we got three or four really nice individuals out here. The young calf up here on my right, as I said in class, man, that sucker is just packed full of performance and power and muscle. He doesn't do it in quite as an attractive package maybe as a couple on the behind him there. It's just a skosh rounder out of his hip, but man, that's a big-bodied, deep, soggy kind of a bull calf with a tremendous amount of performance and width to him. Really attractive calf here in the middle, just in terms of balance and eye appeal. He kind of really gives you just a striking look in the profile. Love the front end that he's got. He's probably about the right, in terms of bone, or about the right amount of bone to him. Just a really complete kind of a calf that's really tidy in that sheath, really cleaning up through that front end. Really like a lot of things about him. Kind of the big growth bull is the bull was in the last class, and he's got a lot of good things about him. Very long bodied. He's sure good enough in terms of look and eye appeal when you look at him in the side view. The reason we walked him one more time, at times when he gets on the move, he doesn't handle his hind two with quite as much authority as maybe the bulls that are in front of him. Tends to want to be popped up two pasterns just a tick more than I'd like to see. But standing still here, you can't deny the overall performance and power that he has. Three really good individuals. If you would, give them a round of applause, and we'll show you the two we like.
Well, back over in the Simbra ring, results out of Class 13, your final class in our junior heifer calf division. First place exhibited by Cannon Hill of East Bernard, Texas, with Hill's Spitfire 652L. Down the ring, we have your division of junior heifer calves. And congratulations, back over in the key ring, your champion early junior bull calf coming out of Class 4. That's BMW NL Fitz Progeny 110L, exhibited by Weingartner Show Cattle and Fitz Genetics.
There's a little more give and take here for reserve, and as this second place comes in, I think probably for Sam and I, we probably like the size of this one just a little bit better, the moderation. We really like the depth of body that he has in comparison to the calf that was calf champion. He's not quite as neat neck, but he's sure all right in terms of look. He's going to be your reserve calf champion. Congratulations.
Over here in the Simbrals, or percentage Simbrals for our first heifer division, Tyler and I feel that we've got three really high quality competitive heifers going in here for your champion and reserve division. We think there's one that sticks out, the young lady's heifer here, the Baldy, just so complete and balanced and gets out and moves, and you love the center rib that she has, and you get behind her and watch her move. You really appreciate her base width. The young man's class winner out of the second class there, as we just said, really long and elegant through her front 1/3 of her body. Maybe when you compare to the heifer right in front of her, she's not quite as deep, maybe doesn't balance as much in her flank. Like to give her a shot more bone. The young lady's second heifer over there, the red heifer again, here's just three heifers in this division, but we think that she warrants being talked about again as well, just because she's high quality. The young lady does a really nice job And that heifer, as we said, maybe we'd like to give her a little bit more correctness out through her hip and hind leg, a little more authority. But certainly we're very comfortable here. The young lady's Baldy heifer is going to win our division. Then we'll come back to the young man's solid black heifer here out of Class 2 as our reserve. Let's give them a round of applause.
Here on the Chianina side, I think the best way to describe this calf would be he's very unique in his kind. He's a bull that if you need that extra growth and extra frame score, I guess this is a calf you could sure tie to. He's a little different than a lot of them we're going to see today, and that's okay. There's cattle that can, a lot of different types of cattle that can make the world go around. Really long-bodied calf. He's got some muscle. He's probably a little bit framey for us, but that's all right. A good calf in his own right. Congratulations.
Well, congratulations. Back over in the Simmental ring, results out of our first division of percentage Simbra females. Your champion will go to Andy Peoples of Rockwall, Texas. Reserve champion will go to Cannon Hill. We're now going to bring in Class 14. These are percentage Simbra heifers born December of 22. Back over in the key ring, results out of your senior yearling division. Your champion goes to back number 7387. That's 5J Barkley, exhibited by 5J Chianina of Polk City, Iowa. We're now going to bring all the division champion and reserves in, and our judges will select their grand and reserve grand champion, Chianina bulls.
Single entry here, and this is a really high quality kind of a percentage Simbra heifer. Really love the balance and the eye appeal that she has. Here again, we get this one in motion, and this female just floats around the ring. Tyler and I both appreciate that very much so, as that's pretty high on our priority list. And a heifer that's just very complete. And then when you look at her on paper, hey, she reads really well on paper, and you get behind her, she's super level hipped. Is she the most powerful one in terms of muscle dimension that we've seen today? Probably not, but I'm telling you, that thing's really nice from the side, gets out and goes, just a really nice winner.
Nice division here. Our champion here driving this Chianina Bull Show, and we've got a good young calf to start off with up here in this first division that once again gives you just a really balanced look. He doesn't do the most of anything, but he does a lot of good things all the way through. He's pretty good and tidy in that underline. He's got some nice muscle shape when you get behind him. He's attractive enough in terms of that front end and that look. Just a real complete kind of a young calf. The one that kind of gives you a little more of the wow factor is this one in the middle division. This calf's just got tremendous balance from one end to the other. Really love his extension. He's a bull that's got about the right kind of testicular development at this stage of the game, and he just does everything in such a good look and a well-balanced look. That's just a real nice calf. And we got the bull down the end that I think I said earlier was a very unique individual, and he's type and kind. He probably doesn't fit with some of the rest of them out here in terms of kind, but that's a good bull that's got a lot of good attributes to him. If you would, give these exhibitors a round of applause, and we'll show you the one that we prefer.
Well, congratulations, Grand Champion Chianina Bull here at the Cattlemen's Congress comes to you from the early Junior Bull Division. That's back number 7381 BMW NL Fitz Progeny 110L, exhibited by Weingartner Show Cattle and Fitz Genetics.
Really nice female that leads off this particular class. Tyler and I very much appreciate the balance and symmetry this heifer has, and we think she's just really good at the ground and gets out and moves. Just a nice, really nice cow prospect. I think our closer here is some dimension differences in these two heifers here in second and third, and we think it's logical. The young lady's heifer here in the middle comes into the second hole just based on mobility, a heifer that's leveler out in her hip, and she gets out and moves with freedom and ease. We'd like to give her a little bit more depth of rib, move her up, but we think that one long term, you get her in calf, she'll be pretty competitive later on as well. The young lady's heifer that rounds out the class, we appreciate the length, the body, and the softness of this one's spine. We'd just like to see her travel just a little better.
It gets a little closer here for reserve between these two here on my right, the middle calf and the calf on my right. As I mentioned before, the calf on my right sure gives you a good balanced profile look to him. He's a calf it's not quite long in terms of maturity, obviously. He's just a May calf. Doesn't have quite as much testicular development maybe as the bull is riding. Both bulls, I think, have a good enough look to them. This calf's got a touch more bone and a little more power at this stage in his life. He's just a little farther along. So it's kind of close between these two. So we're going to talk about it one more time, but both very good individuals.
Well, congratulations. Back over in the Simbra ring. Results out of Class 15. First place exhibited by Colt Richter of Gonzales, Texas, with Richter Amilu K1. Second place in that class will go to Peach Creek Ranch of Granger, Texas. And third place went to Cody Marie Hill of Edinburgh, Texas. Now in the ring, we have your first and seconds to select a champion reserve senior heifer calf. And back over to the key ring. Results out of your grand drive. Reserve grand champion will go to back number 7380. That's EVCS TBG Samuri 861 LET, exhibited by Summers Cattle of Gilliam, Missouri. That does conclude your open Chianina Bull Show. We are going to welcome back our judge, Mr. John Sweeney. We'll get started with your junior Chianina and Key Composite Show.
We're here in your percentage semis for our champion senior heifer calf. Tyler and I are very pleased with this division and our class winners and our second standing over there. We think there's some differences here, but some similarities in their type and kind. These two class winners to us balance up very well. The young lady's heifer up here, as we spoke in class, is very fluid and mobile in her movements. The same as the young man's class winner out of Class 2. Subtle difference. We think this heifer here and just maybe tip our hats just a little bit, but the young man's heifer we just think is very ultra complete. Her structure's really, really good. She's sound. You step in behind her, she's got more to her. Love the depth of rib and stuff. Just we like to clean her up maybe a little bit in her brisket if we could be nitpicky on one. But here's a really nice pair of heifers out here. Tyler will show you the ones that we like.
Well, congratulations in your senior heifer calf division over here in the Simbra ring. Champion, we'll go to Cole Richter of Gonzales, Texas, and reserve champion. And congratulations goes to Kayla Sansom of Brenham, Texas. We're now going to welcome in your final class of percentage Simbra heifers. These heifers born April of 22.
Certainly, the young lady doesn't disappoint, Tyler, with the last female to come in our percentage Simbra show, and we're just impressed with the quality that we've seen so far. And this young lady brings a single entry here, but you know she's kind of moderate in her kind, probably. That really doesn't bother us a whole lot. But beyond that, she's really high quality. A lot of structural integrity. Big center body to her, like the depth of flank that this one has. Young lady brings us a really nice heifer.
Well, congratulations back over in the Simbra ring. Results out of Class 16, first place. We'll go to Ellie Petrash of Sealy, Texas with JBC Fantana's Honey Badger 22K. That's also your division at this time in the Simbra ring. We'll bring in those division champion and reserves, and our judges will select their grand and reserve grand champion percentage Simbra heifers. Back over in the key ring, we're going to get started with your junior show. First class in the ring will be class 101. These are key heifers born May of 23.
Well, good morning. Day two back out here in our Chianina show, and what a fast start and a nice way to start off. Young lady brings us one that's so highly presented and so highly shown, and one that's ultra high quality from there. I think one that she gets her parked and gathered up, paints you a really nice picture from the silhouette, long and enough neck, very smooth in her shoulder, great big bodied on this female for a young heifer calf. When you step in behind the cattle, she actually surprises you quite a bit. The shape and squareness she has to her muscle pattern. Love the way she travels, one that's very effortless, and the way she gets around the ring. Ultra complete heifer here to start off. She's not as long spined as a heifer in second, and to me, if you want to compare them just a little bit, that's where the young lady's heifer here right in front of me is better. She's longer from the top of her shoulders to her tail head. Powerfully built heifer that's got some rib and body to me. To me, the live or underline's not quite as attractive. A female, as you get in and study her, perhaps just a little more advanced in terms of her condition, like to tone her down on her pones and just square her up a touch in terms of her pin set compared to that one that goes before. But a very competitive duo to start out her day.
Well, congratulations over in the Junior Key Show. We've gotten started with your first class and division. Your champion summer heifer calf exhibited by Kennedy Arthur of Stillwater, Oklahoma with TSSC Who's Ready 31 LET. And second place will go to Cambria Cook of Clovis, California. We're now going to welcome in class 102. These are key heifers born April of 23.
Well, as we get ready to pick our champion percent Simbra female here, let's put our hands together as exhibitors and on watchers here. I think these, Tyler and I both agree that, you know, the numbers weren't much, and that's fine, but the quality is superior, and we're just going to talk some generalities real quick here, but these three division winners out here, we're pretty confident that these heifers are very high quality within the percentage Simbra population, and you know, some of them read really well on paper out here, and we appreciate that, but we're really confident that these three division winners that we have out here can compete anywhere. And so it's kind of where you lay your priorities on what you look at. We've talked them pretty in depth, if you will. And so Tyler and I are going to have one more chat, and then we'll show you the one we like to win the percentage Simbras.
back here, our second class of key heifers. Another standout to go ahead and win. Young lady brings this one. It's got a little splash of white in her heart there. One that sure catches your eye beyond her color pattern. One that's just truly massive. Paints a nice picture for you out here when the young lady gets her gathered up. One that's really, really advanced in terms of her body and the sweep she has underneath. Bold rib, ultra big bone, and big footed. She's loose made in the way she goes. You know, if we're going to change her ever so slightly, maybe one that sets just a little wider there in the point of her shoulder. Maybe one that wants to run downhill just a touch in the way her tail head ties into the backside of that loin. But that's being really critical of a heifer that's got a world of good in her. Heifer here in second's good in her own right. One that's a little shorter bodied, a little boxier, if you will. If you want to give her the slight advantage in terms of bone density and foot size, I guess I probably wouldn't argue with you. One that's got some rib shape to her as well. You step up on top of her, maybe one that's not quite as square and wide in terms of her pin set as you might like. And then as you just step off to the side of the cattle, I don't know that she gives you quite as fresh and feminine a look from the side view profile through her front 1/3 of the cattle on either side of her. Brockle-headed heifer that comes next catches your eye. She is one of the fresher conditioned heifers of the top three. One that's just very complete in terms of her body and her build. For me, she's not quite as good in the way she goes there off of her rear too. We just like to lengthen her out in terms of her hip, but she's a nice project for the young man. One that certainly catches your eye in terms of color pattern. Round out the class with one that quite frankly is a little closer to ideal in terms of her condition. I like this one's freshness. I like her juvenile look, her overall length. With that, she needs a little more body. We need to relax her in the angles to her structure off of both ends. Really nice class and a good way to start out.
Well, congratulations. Your grand champion percentage Simbra heifer goes to back number 70421. That was Cole Richter of Gonzales, Texas, with Richter Emmylou K1. Back over to the key ring. Results out of our first class in that next division. That's class 102. First place to go to back number 7029, J-Sol Houdat, spot 3244 LET, exhibited by Brecken Bloomberg of Secor, Illinois. Second place in that class will go to SR Miss We Need More 301L, exhibited by Abby Breeding of Miami, Texas. Third place in that class went to Andrew Ray of Brooksville, Kentucky. In fourth place, we'll go to Oakley Dorksey of Morris Bluff, Nebraska. Now in the ring is class 103. These are key heifers born April 1st through April 14th of 23. And congratulations, reserve grand champion back over in the Simbra ring. Your percentage reserve champion will go to back number 70428. That's Ellie Petrash of Sealy, Texas, with JBC Fantana's Honey Badger 22K. We're now going to break for photos. We'll return back with your Simbra Bull show.
Another nice class back here in our key show, one that quite honestly is maybe a bit more difficult to sort through. Some of that's the attitude of our heifer here in second, but some of it's just a lot of differences in terms of type and kind. Young lady's heifer that's going to go ahead and win, I actually think is kind of the combination of the two heifers that go after her. And sure, we'd like to lean her up just a touch and maybe redesign the way that she goes to the surface there off of her rear too. But I thought she offered an acceptable degree of freshness, one that's still got some length the spine, and then as you step off of the cattle, she's got a pretty distinct advantage in terms of her bone, her foot size, and just her overall mass compared to the heifer in second. Young lady, we made a few accommodations for you. I know there's probably that getaway rule. I'm not a big fan of it. You came here to show your cattle, and you got a good one. I'm glad we made it through the class, and she's settled down, and you're doing a great job now. I very much prefer this heifer in terms of her freshness, in terms of the shape to her face, her ability to pick her head and neck up out of the top side of her shoulder. She's a female for as green and honest as she is in her condition. Still has the right kind of sweep there to her underline. Time will tell if she'll get enough on her as you step in behind her and studying her twist in the lower. Well, and as she exits the ring, you see maybe what you might like to change about her a touch, obviously besides her attitude, but maybe just stouting her up just a touch in terms of her twist, her lower quarter, maybe just make that one a little bit wider gauge throughout, but one that I think has a bright future. Young ladies have her here in third. If you want to say she's a little more like our class winner in terms of type and kind, I wouldn't argue with you because she's bold and big-legged and stout when you get in behind her. A heifer that sure got rib and body. To me, this one needs reined in terms of her condition. She's a deeper throated, coarser crest kind of a heifer, one that I'd like to just give a little bit more elegance and style through her front 1/3. The heifer that comes next has it. She's a longer bodied, slightly fresher conditions kind of a heifer. I like that added length. I like kind of where she reads to go in terms of her endpoint, in terms of mature cow size, being fresher and just being built the way she is. She's just a little trimmer there at her center, one that cuts up a bit harsher there in her flank. We just need a little more body to compete in this class. Round out the class with a complete heifer, one that I think needs to go just a shot better there off her rear too and set down on a little bigger square foot and toe shape. But young lady's done a nice job getting her shown and presented.
Well, congratulations in the key ring. Results out of Class 103. First place to go to back number 7147. That's Jaysal Houday, 3252. L exhibited by Hadley Vogel of Rockport, Indiana. Second place in that class will go to Ruby Thomason of Harrison, Arkansas. Third place, and congratulations, goes to Luke Jennings of Felicity, Ohio. Fourth place, exhibited by Marley Reese of Shawnee, Oklahoma. And fifth place will go to Morgan Baker of Stephenville, Texas. Now in the ring, Class 104, key heifers born March of 2023.
Another competitive class. I believe we're on the marches over here in our key show. And if I'm honest, maybe not a heifer here in this group that's just exactly flawless in terms of their structure for what I like. I guess, and from there, I just like the freshness and the look and the balance that this heifer that's going to start out brings to the table. I think she's easily the coolest looking through her front 1/3. She has the ability to get her head and neck up there in the air, level and long in terms of her top line. She's got the correct balance underneath, and a heifer that has some depth without being too excessive in terms of her condition. I like where that one's at, the shape she's in to show. Got more than enough on her in terms of muscularity, and I like the length and pliability that she has to her muscle pattern as well. No, she's not perfect structured, and obviously she's not acting the best, but I think the few times you got to see her just go and grab some ground out here, she's a hair short. She's probably just a little stilty off of both ends. If you change her in that regard, you like her a whole lot. Heifer that comes next, I think of the remaining options, just offers us more. She's longer bodied, she's bigger boned, she's bigger footed, she's got more shape and dimension as you study her down her top. For me, her neckties a shot low. As you study her going away from you, you might like to change her just a touch in terms of the shape there to her lower quarter. The heifer that comes next is one that's very, very complete. Another heifer that's got some shape. With that added shape, I don't know that she's quite as neat as the way her shoulder lays back into her rib cage. A female that struggles just a touch in terms of her joints and the way she meets the surface there off of her outside toe. Round out the class with a complete big body kind of a heifer that we just need a little bit more look, a little bit more structural integrity.
Well, congratulations in Class 104 over here in the Key Show. First place will go to TACM Lulu, 731 LET, exhibited by Ashlyn Moole of Lexington, Illinois. Second place in that class will go to Cecilia Mercina of Pleasant Plain, Ohio. Third place exhibited by Riata Bozadin. Fourth place, and congratulations, will go to Boston Schulte. We're now going to welcome in your next class. This will be our final class before the division. This is Class 105, Key Heifers, born March of 23. Well, for those of you just joining us over here in Ring 1, we currently have Class 17. These are Simbra bulls, born March through April of 23.
a very eye-catching heifer here to go ahead and win the class, and one that's presented and shown so well. Baldy heifer here that's got a lot of cool pieces. One that picks her head and neck up so tall out of the top side of her shoulder. From there back, one that's got sure enough shape in terms of her back. A heifer that's just about dead on in terms of her condition. She's certainly ready to show. She's not too fat. She's not too skinny. And with that, it's got enough body and enough balance underneath. A big bone kind of a heifer. As you step in behind her, I think got more than enough power in terms of her rear quarter. You might arrange it just a bit differently. A heifer that's maybe just a little lower in terms of her pin set. And I think that might be kind of where you change that one. As you set her in motion, she kind of wants to drop those down and maybe doesn't handle her back leg just perfectly comfortably. But there on the stand still very, very appropriate in terms of her angles. Nice way to start off in this class. The heifer in second, not all the bells and whistles and flash of the one that goes before her, but one that if you dig in is still high quality cattle. Another one that's shown well, presented really good, a long spine female that's maybe even a little bit more comfortable in the way she goes to the surface there off of her rear too, particularly at her pastern. Female that's very, very nice in terms of her condition. If I was going to change her just from a balance standpoint, her chest protrudes forward just a shot more, and it's as you study her in terms of her angle to her shoulder and her knee, you'd like to add just a little bit more cushion and flex. The heifer that comes next is powerful. She's dense. She's one that's not as comfortable in the center of her spine or quite as nice in the way she handles her hip, but a powerful breeding piece that's a moderate package and easy fleshing for the young lady. Round out the class with one that is fresh condition, strong spine, and a female that's got a nice fresh look about her. She's a tick too straight fronted for me, maybe just a little less aesthetically pleasing in the way she uses her rear too. Nice class and a good way to start out.
Over here in the Simbra ring, 4 really nice bulls to start off our show. And for Tyler and I, we find the combination bull, in our opinion, to lead off with. The young man's Baldy bull, just very attractive from the side view profile. We love his structure and especially the curvature to his front leg. You get behind this bull, there's a lot in this bull. Certainly got a lot of power and mass as you get behind him. Is he the heaviest muscled bulls in this particular class? No, we think that's the bull in second, and that's what gets him there. But we think the combination bull in the class is the young man's Baldy bull. The Red Bull, to be honest, it's a pretty close decision in Tyler and I's opinion between our second and third spot, but we're going to go with this Red Bull that reads really well. He's an attractively built kind of an individual as you get him out here on the stand. Soft enough. We love when you get behind this bull. He's got a lot of muscle and mass and power that extends down into the lower 1/3 of his quarter. And when you compare him to bulls on either side of him, but we think he's the biggest nutted bull in the class by a long shot, and certainly we think he fits into the second hole real easy. The bull in third coming behind him here follows that type and kind, being maybe a little shorter bodied kind of a bull, reads nice, maybe just doesn't have the attractiveness from the side view profile as what we find, or the power and mass, but we think that's a close decision there, but we're going to use the bull that has a little bit more power and mass. The young lady's bull that rounds out our class, again, a very attractive kind of a bull. When you compare him to what's in front of him, maybe just doesn't have the depth of body, forerib or flank, but here's a long-sided, high-performing kind of a calf that we certainly appreciate that about him.
Well, congratulations back over in the key ring. Results of that final class before the division. First place exhibited by Mallory Johnson. Second place went to Gus Goodson. Third place, and congratulations, Emily Schellenberg. In fourth place went to Jackson Prius. Now in the ring, we have your first and seconds out of our classes in the late junior heifer calf division. Back over in the Simbra ring, results out of your first class of Simbra bulls. First place exhibited by Hagen Cattle of Yoakum, Texas, with Hagen Johnny Ringo 20L. Second place in that class will go to Smith Genetics with Smith Stay Humble 39L. Third place and congratulations exhibited by Cannon Hill of East Bernard, Texas. Fourth place went to Jacob Merritt of Henderson, Texas. Now in the ring, class 18 Simbra bulls born February of 23.
Single entry here, and this young lady brings us a nice one, very complete from the side, extended through the front 1/3 of his body. bull that gets out and move. Like the hip set on this bull, and he's soft in his spine. Just a real nice single individual kind of bull. It'll be interesting to see him back out here.
Back here in our second division in the Key Show. And just a quick comment, I guess I missed the division, that first class, so congratulations to those exhibitors as well. 4 nice heifers out here in contention, and if I'm honest, certainly some differences about them. We got done talking the young lady's white-hearted heifer here that showed a minute ago, and there's a lot of things that this one does really well. I love her in terms of her body, her bone, her looseness of structure is very, very nice. A heifer that's sure got enough power as you step in behind her. We talked her in class, one that runs downhill just a shot, maybe a little more slack there as you study her down her top. And then just in comparison, I guess, you get her out here in some deeper water, is just where you read that one at in terms of maturity and her condition. I'd lean her up just a shot to my taste, but one that's undeniable in terms of her looseness, her body, her power, some of the things that she brings to the table really, really well. Heifer that comes next, maybe not as flashy as the cattle standing around her, but one that's still good in terms of her kind. A female that's got some shape, she's got some body and balance underneath her. Another big boned heifer that's ultra soft in the way she goes there at her pastern. One that's just a nickel deeper there from her crest to her throat. Maybe not quite as sweeping and bold in terms of her underline, but very, very adequate in that regard. Young lady's heifer that comes next, of the cattle out here, I probably prefer this one the most in terms of her condition. Love the rig that they've brought this one to us in. I think she's dead on in that regard, and that makes her really, really fun to study out here. She's a fresher headed, trimmer and longer neck kind of a female that balances up really well from their back. My issue with her is, does she get out and go quite good enough? Her angles read really, really nice there on the standstill, but one that isn't just quite as athletic as we set her in motion. And then we've got the black baldy heifer here out of our last class. I just got done talking to her a minute ago. I think one that's ultra eye-catching. When she latches on and studies something like she is there, she gives you sure a neat look through her front 1/3. She's fresh-headed, she's high-headed, a long spine female that's got some shape down her back, really big boned and footed. As I just talked, the call you got to make on her is what you think of her hip and pin structure, the way that translates down into her back leg, and the way she meets the surface on the standstill. I think her angles read very, very nice. You just might like to adjust her in that way ever so slightly. That said, I'm going to go out here and give them one more look. I think there's a couple of them that come to mind. My compliments to each of these exhibitors. Let's congratulate them with a nice round of applause.
Over here in the Simbra side, in the essence of time, Tyler and I chose to go ahead and bring these out here. The young man's bull that won the last class there, and we'll get to him in just a second. But for your champion Simbra bull's really a nice set of bulls out here as we look at them. Calf up in the front, just very complete, and I can't really poke a lot of holes in that bull calf. Just the young man brings us a nice individual. Young lady's bull comes out of that second division. As we talked, really like the length of spine in this bull. We like the power that this bull has. When you get him out here and compare him to a couple others, maybe you'd like to free him up just a little bit off of his rear too, but a real nice, attractive made kind of a bull. Then the bull that we missed talking about there in class, the young man's big bull. Certainly here's one that's got a lot of length of spine, a big-footed sound kind of a bull. If you need to add a little bit of frame to your program, here might be a bull that you look at. But let's put our hands together, and Tyler and I will tell you the ones that we like to win our Simbra Bull Show.
Well, congratulations in the key ring, your champion late junior heifer calf coming out of class 102. That's JSOL Hudat Spot 3244 LET, exhibited by Brecken Bloomberg of Secor, Illinois. And reserve champion, and congratulations, will go to back number 7049 coming out of class 105. That's BMW Y Not 302L, exhibited by Mallory Johnson. We're now going to welcome in class 106 here in the key ring. Well, congratulations. Back over in the Simbra ring, your grand champion Simbra Bull goes to Hagen Cattle of Yoakum, Texas with Hagen Johnny Ringo 20L. And reserve champion, and congratulations, Smith Genetics of Giddings, Texas with Smith Stay Humble 39L. Again, congratulations to those exhibitors. We're not going to take a brief break. We're going to go into your Simbra pairs. In my book, we have one class in the Simbra pair class. Following that, we'll go right into your Simbra heifer show.
Just really a nice way here to end our Simbra female show with this pair. A single entry that we know that could probably stand a good bit more competition, but are very, very attractive cow. Nice inner design and balance, and really like the udder development and the way this cow comes to us wet, and just a really nice calf that they bring here beside us. But a really easy place, obviously, but certainly high quality here in our cow-calf division. Congratulations.
Well, congratulations. Your grand champion Simbra pair will go to Jacob Sansome of Brenham, Texas with Smith Crack a Smile 805H. We're now going to break for photos, and when we return, we'll return back with your Simbra heifer show.
Another high-quality class throughout, and especially in this top trio. I chose to re-walk them because I thought all three of these heifers kind of give you a look of quality when they hit the ring, and then it's just sorting through some subtle structural differences. The longer they're out here, the more they moved around. Young lady's heifer here that's going out backwards is the one that I chose to start with, and it is from a structural standpoint that she wins. Particularly there in the center of her spine, I think there's a little more slack and comfort and pliability right in the middle of her back than both of the heifers that go after her. She's a decided upgrade in terms of the angle to her knee and the way she goes there out of her shoulder. Really like this heifer in the shape there to her hock and her rear pastern. I'll be the first to admit, for what I've been picking today, you'd adjust her just slightly in terms of her balance, because she is a shot deeper necked, maybe not quite as big and bold and sweeping in her underline, but she's got rib and dimension and pop to that upper rib cage. I like that about her. I think she makes a nice cow prospect for the young lady going forward. Heifer here coming in next, one that is better from her crest to her throat. She's fresher in her head. She's a female that, as you step in behind the cattle, she's a stouty. I mean, this one's big square hip, very dimensional and bold in terms of her muscle pattern, but all three of these heifers in the top cut have more than enough on them. And so for me, what sorts her, when you set her in motion, she wants to roll up there just a touch in the center of her back. Somebody's done a really good job of fitting it, but when you set her in motion, it's a little harder to hide. She breaks in her loin and flags in her tail head, one that's a little more forward in the angle to her knee as well. Another higher headed one here comes next. I like this one's outline. Young lady does an awesome job. I think one that paints us a good picture. Another one from the side that you like when you set her in motion, though, again, the same problem, and maybe to a greater degree. This one wants to roach a touch there in the center of her back. We need to top that tail head down into her hip and redesign her pins just ever so slightly. Quality heifer, though, nonetheless. The intriguing heifer to me in this class, so one, it would be interesting to see what she does as a young man's in fourth. I mean, if you've been following along today, no, this heifer doesn't have enough body and just quite enough to her in terms of her lower 1/3 for me, but her upper 1/3 is amazing. This heifer's squareness, her hip, her bone, her feet are really, really intriguing. If that heifer goes on down the road, gets a little chubbier and gets bred, I think that one has a bright future. Out here today, I don't know that there's just quite enough cow in terms of her underline. Speckled up heifer here that comes next. The remaining two options, quite honestly, this one just cuts a little nicer silhouette out in the ring. I like her outline. I like her as you study her from hooks to pins and the way her tail head ties in. Quite a bit better than the young man's stocking-legged heifer that rounds out the class. She is stouter. This one's as pulled apart and broad-chested and thick-ended as any. With being stouter, she comes a touch shorter hipped, a little rounder and more aggressive in her muscle shape. Because of that, I think she's a little less attractive in the way she handles her hock. We'd like to relax her in her pasterns as well. Quality class, a nice trio on the top end. My compliments to each of these exhibitors.
Well, congratulations in Class 106. First place to go to back number 7050. That's JSOL Hudat 3201 LET, exhibited by Cora Hardy of Decatur, Texas. Second place in that class to go to Gemma Emberson of Nowata, Oklahoma, with JSOL Hudat 3300 LET. Third place in that class exhibited by Tatum Dorsey. Fourth place will go to Pate Parsons. Fifth place and congratulations went to Carter Eaton. And sixth place will go to Jacob Seaman. Now in the ring is Class 107. These are key heifers born January of 23. This will be our final class before the division.
A nice pair of heifer, kind of a challenging duo to sort through in my mind, because if I'm honest, I think we'd like to combine them in a lot of ways. Young ladies heifer that's going to go ahead and win the class, I guess I'm just a little bit more comfortable with from a balance and a body standpoint. Big centered kind of a female that's sure bold rib. She's got a little extra bone and foot underneath her. A female that's easy flesh and quite honestly just paints a little neater picture from the side as she gets her gathered up out here. We'd rein her in terms of her condition, and that's evident in her throat and her chest floor. We'd lengthen her out at her hip, and there's times out here, and I think some of it's presentation. She's got a little excess hair there in her pasterns. She does need to set down just a little bit more securely in that regard. But both of these heifers have things we'd like to change about them structurally. Longer spined heifer here that comes next, a female that I like in that regard. She's probably a little more ideal in the length from the top of her shoulders to her tail head, specifically as you study her hip. A heifer that's got more than enough on her in terms of body depth. I guess for me, she ties just a shot low at times out here when she fights the halter. And then in particular, as you study her from the hooks back, I think she's a heifer that's just a little more confusing in the way she sets her rear two down. Some of that, she's a little more protrusive in the way her joints are designed at her hock. She wants to roll out just a little bit there on her foot wall. We could rein that one in terms of her condition as well. Two intriguing heifers that's got a lot of power and substance to breed on for the young ladies. Certainly some give and take in that particular pair.
Well, congratulations in Class 107. First place will go to back number 7058. That's MRH Kelly, exhibited by Riley Mays of Ardmore, Oklahoma. Second place in that class will go to Macy Weems of Eustis, Texas. We're going to bring the first and seconds in, select a champion reserve in your early junior heifer calf division. Back over to the Simmental ring. We'll get started with your Simbra heifer show. First class we'll see is class 21. These are heifers born April to May of 23.
And we get here into our third division, maybe not quite the numbers, but I think some intriguing breeding pieces out here on display. Young lady's black heifer here out of our first class was the one, if you recall, we gravitated to from a structural standpoint, like this one's ability to get out and grab ground. Very appropriate in the angle to her shoulder and her knee. She's got some added give and cushion there at her hock and her rear pastern. I think this one, while she's not the wildest looking one that we've seen out here today, still looks like a cow and looks like a female. Like that boldness that she has from a three-dimensional standpoint in terms of her center third. The splashed up heifer here that comes out of our second class, we just got done talking. You like in terms of her bone, her foot, the added muscle and pop she has, and flair to her pattern. A female that, if you want to say she maybe drops and sweeps just a bit better there at her center, I maybe wouldn't argue with you. I think the reason she does is she's a rib shorter. She's a shorter hip kind of a female that's maybe not quite as ideal in terms of her condition. I'll go out here, show you the ones I like best. We'll pull a second in for contention as well. Let's give these exhibitors a nice round of applause.
Congratulations over here in the key ring. Your champion early junior heifer calf will go to back number 7050. That's J-Sol Hudat, 3201 LET, exhibited by Cora Hardy of Decatur, Texas. And your reserve in that division will come out of the same class. That's back number 7053, J-Sol Hudat, 3300 LET, exhibited by Gemma Emerson of Nowata, Oklahoma. We're now going to welcome in class 108. These will be key heifers born December of 22.
as we get them shuffled up here. A nice pair of December key females out here, two that are as different in terms of type and kind as they are in color. You know, and I think that there's subtle differences that sort them. For me, I just like the added power and grow and performance that the young lady's black heifer offers us. Longer spine female that's a little more amped up in terms of her muscle package. Got some more bone and foot underneath her. Certainly would adjust her in the angle to her shoulder and knee, and maybe in a comparative basis, we'd like to make her just a shot deeper and more balanced from her chest floor back there to her navel. That's where the heifer in seconds may be slightly better. And if you know anything about me, you know I love blondies, and this one's a cool heifer in her own right. Young man brings us a heifer here that's incredibly complete, one that's bold in her center, and I think she's a bit better than our class winner in that regard. She's not as big boned. She's not as comfortable in the way she strikes the surface or sets down on her foot. We'd adjust the shape to her rear toes as well. Nice pair of heifers.
Well, congratulations in Class 108 over in the key ring, first place. We'll go to back number 7063. That's LADD Cattlemen 201K, exhibited by Kimber Albus of Littlefield, Texas. Second place in that class. So go to Katie Springer of Carmen, Oklahoma. Now in the ring, Class 109, key heifers born November of 22.
Our Simbra heifers here. We've got a nice class of heifers to look at, and we're going to use the combination heifer in our minds. Just a really nice female in terms of her balance and eye appeal. We think she's goes at the ground as good as any in the ring, but a heifer that certainly we appreciate her freshness and her attractiveness. Just a nice logical place to start in our opinion. The next young lady's heifer here that comes out in second, we think follows in type and kind. We love the extension that she shows us through the front 1/3 of her body. Really soft in her spine. Really like the hind leg set that this particular shows as we get her out on the go. The young lady's red baldy heifer here we think follows in there logically, being very similar in terms of mobility, but a heifer that's got a lot of power and mass in her. You know, we'd like to clean her up maybe just a little bit in her lines to move her up in class. The young lady's spotted heifer that comes out next, boy, I'll tell you what, for me, here's one that takes me back to my Simmental roots in terms of her color, and she just, to me, just has a very nice, eye-appealing kind of a heifer that grabs your attention. When you analyze this one for us, though, she's maybe a little more rigid off of either end, doesn't go good enough, maybe a little coarser in her structure. The next pair of cattle here, heifers that are eye-appealing and pleasing, maybe lack the overall circumference of bone or structural integrity for us to get them up any higher, but a nice class of heifers.
Nice pair of November heifers here back in our key show, and I guess I'll be completely honest. To me, it's kind of pick your poison between these two heifers and which one you'd want to breed on. You'd adjust both of them structurally and very much in the same ways, and so past that, I just felt like the young man's black heifer here offered a few more options in terms of mating. She's tremendously big back, tremendously square-hipped and thick-ended. She is bigger boned and footed, and I guess to me, that's what sorts the pair. She needs to tie higher. She needs to set down more comfortably off of her rear to strike the surface, more give at her pasterns, and maybe just toe ahead a little more squarely. But again, I'm just a little more comfortable trying to make that one work in a mating setting. The Hereford marked type of a heifer here in second. If you want to call her slightly more maternal in terms of her build, I won't argue with you. She's probably a little bit more feminine in the shape to her head, probably a little more ideal in the way her point of her shoulder blends back there into her forerib. You tear into the center of her body cavity, though, while she might be slightly deeper, she's a little flatter sided, not as impressive from a muscularity standpoint, and this one needs changed in a big way in terms of the angle to her knee, her hock, her pastern, and her foot shape. Two interesting heifers. Pick your poison and what you want to breed on. My compliments to each of these young people.
Well, congratulations back over in the Simbra ring. Results out of our first class of heifers. First place exhibited by Gage Gillespie of Waxahachie, Texas with F. War Athena. Second place in that class will go to Smith Genetics of Giddings, Texas. Third place went to Kendall Compton of Franklin, Texas. Fourth place, Carter Peoples, Rockwall, Texas. Fifth place will go to Hallie Hackett of Texarkana. Texas, and sixth place, and congratulations go to Layla Morgan. Now in the ring is Class 22 Simbra heifers born February to March of 23. Back to the key ring, results out of Class 109. First place went to back number 7066, my apologies, MCO LGFD Mila 2522K, exhibited by Jake Cox of Haskell, Oklahoma. And second place will go to Olivia Cooley of DeQueen, Arkansas. Now in the ring, Class 110, key heifers born October of 22.
I think our first single entry here of the day, one that no doubt puts us a little more back on track in terms of femininity and angularity, and this heifer does that quite well. Very maternal in her look through her front 1/3. I love the way this one attaches from the point of her shoulder back into her rib cage. Very, very balanced underneath, and then maybe a heifer that's a bit deceptive when you step in behind her because of the power that she brings to the table. Big back, square hip, thick-ended. I like the way her muscle attaches. She's long and feminine in that regard as well. At times out here, maybe a bit hesitant in the way she meets the surface there off of her rear two. I went in for a closer look. I actually think her rear toe or her rear foot is big enough. You might like to just stouten her up and intensify her just a little bit in her bone shape there at her ankle. That's being pretty critical of a high quality heifer. Compliments to the young lady.
Congratulations in Class 110 in the key ring. First place go to back number 7067. That's TSSC BT Sultry Storm ET, exhibited by Emma Yoakum of Hillsboro, Ohio. Now in the ring, your final class before division. This is Class 111, key heifers born September of 22.
Over here in your Simbra side, Tyler and I find this class to be a little bit challenging from the standpoint of a lot of types and kinds and differences here, but we're going to fall on the young lady's birthmark heifer here. We think she's the combination most complete female in the class. I think our placing is a little closer here in second and third and some give and take, and so you as breeders have to pick your poison and which one you may like. This, in our opinion, we find the young man's heifer here to be the larger outlier in terms of growth for weight per day of age, which we think that's okay, but certainly I think it comes down to looseness of structure in our opinion between these two females, and we're going to go to one that maybe doesn't have quite the look, has some issues there if you will for us, but certainly one that we love her performance and her mobility. The young man's black heifer in third, a little more moderate in her frame size, a little compact in terms of her length of body, a heifer that just maybe doesn't go as good enough as we'd like to see her as we move up to get her up any higher here, but a close placing there in second and third. The next pair of cattle here are cattle a little plainer in their look. Heifers to us maybe lack some structural integrity and bone work in order to move them up higher, but a real nice class of cattle with a lot of differences in it.
In keeping with our last class, another single entry fall born out here. And it's quite obvious this one maybe isn't the wildest looking one that we've seen out here today, but she's still good, complete cattle. And I think the young lady deserves some conversation for that. A female to me that's moderate in her frame, ultra easy fleshing and loose-hided. A female that I think is very adequate in the way she travels around the ring. She's got enough on her in terms of shape. Cattle like that won't hurt you in the beef business, and she'll make a nice cow prospect for the young lady. From a show ring standpoint, you would maybe just change the way her condition is arranged on her body just ever so slightly. I don't know that she's too fat, but cattle like that are hard to manage. She shows it in her throat and her chest floor just a touch. Maybe not as balanced in the way she transitions out to her flank. Maybe not as ideal in the shape to her foot. But again, good solid cattle. Young lady's got a good prospect going forward.
Well, congratulations in our final class in that division. Over here in the key ring, first place, we had to go to back number 77. That's ATW Miss Stella's Girl, exhibited by Kendall Raff of Rockport, Indiana. We're now going to bring those first and seconds in. Select a champion reserve senior heifer calf. Back over in the Simbra ring, we do have your first division here in the ring for Junior Heifer Calf Champion Reserve. Results out of Class 22. First place exhibited by Cannon Hill of East Bernard, Texas. Second place also to Cannon Hill. Third place was exhibited by Jacob Merritt of Henderson, Texas. Fourth place will go to Sidney Petrash of Sealy, Texas. And fifth place went to Williams Cattle of Dayton, Texas.
For our first division here in the Simbra females, we're pleased with what we have out here in front of us, and we think we've got a pair of heifers here out of that first class, and they'll be your champion in reserve. Just a lot of balance and symmetry and eye appeal and structural integrity as Tyler and I see them as we view them to their contemporaries. Let's give them a round of applause as Tyler and I will congratulate them.
Another nice division out here, Fallborns in our key show. The most diversity that we've had in the group so far. Young lady started us off right with a fresh condition, kind of a heifer that paints a nice picture from this side. Like her in terms of her balance. She's a heifer we could adjust just slightly in terms of the angle to her shoulder. Maybe change her in a comparative sense in the way her tail head ties down there into her back. I think some of that's hair though as well. Heifer in second, we talked of the two options in that class. She offered us more power and width and substance and bone. We need to see her go better off of both ends, but she's an intriguing breeding piece for the young man. Heifer here next, I think one that has a lot of good things about her and puts us on the right track in terms of maternal character, in terms of condition, in terms of the sweep and balance to her underline. A heifer I like a great deal. And we round out here with the brockle face female that we just talked about. One that's just very, very complete, a useful kind of a beef cow. Not as wild looking, not as loud in terms of her outline from the side. But like I said, the young lady's done a nice job with that one. It comes down to two pretty quickly for me. Kind of a commanding division winner. Let's go ahead and congratulate these young people. I'll show you the way I like them.
Well, congratulations back over in the Simbra ring. Your champion junior heifer calf exhibited by Gage Gillespie of Waxahachie, Texas with F. War Athena. Reserve champion and congratulations in that division went to Smith Genetics of Giddings, Texas. Now in the ring, we are starting your senior heifer calf division over here in the Simbra show. Class 23 is entering the ring at this time. Simbra heifers born November of 22. And congratulations back over in the key ring, your champion, senior heifer calf, coming out of class 110. That was TSSC BT Sultry Storm ET, exhibited by Emma Yoakum, Hillsboro, Ohio, and reserve champion. And congratulations will go to Kimber Albus of Littlefield, Texas, with Lad Cattlemen 201K. We're now going to welcome in class 112. This will also be your summer yearling division.
A whole lot of animal here in our single entry May heifer. Young lady brings us a very high quality female here, star-headed female, one that gives you a neat look up front. Ultra big body and sweeping in terms of her underline. This one's stout when you get up on top of her. Her shape right in behind her blades is so square and so expansive. A thick-ended kind of a female that I think for being this far along gets out and goes very, very well. I'll be honest, if I was going to change her, I might rein her in just a touch in terms of her condition. A heifer that maybe just looks a little bit past 12 o'clock in that regard, but she's so massive and she carries it so well. One of the really high-quality ones we've seen today.
Well, congratulations. Your champion summer yearling goes to back number 7073 over here in the key ring. That's Carly Clark of Muldrow, Oklahoma with Goody E.T. We're now going to welcome in class 113. These are key heifers born April of 22.
Over here on your Simbra side, we kind of think that we've got nice heifers in here, but we're not sure that find the one that has the perfect structure and mobility that we're kind of looking at what we set our priorities on. But get beyond that, and certainly the young man's black heifer here is probably the most complete and ideal in her symmetry in terms of her depth of body. Get behind this one, like to give her a little punch more muscle, but certainly we think she's the combination of all the heifers in the class. The young lady's red heifer here that's going to be second. Again, the highest performing, highest weight per day of age heifer in the class. Just a nice logical fit to roll in there to second. Young lady's baldy heifer that comes out next. Eye attractive, eye appealing kind of a female. Here again, she balances up nice, just maybe doesn't move or have as much bone as what we find in the females. They'll go right above her. The same could be said of the young lady's heifer that rounds out. Nice project. That'll be a real nice cow for that heifer, or for that young lady, excuse me, but certainly one that, we just think logically goes there on the bottom based on bone structure and mobility.
Well, congratulations in the Simbra ring. Results out of class 23. First place will go to Barring Cattle of Lavernia, Texas with RGV LMC Gabby K243. Second place in that class goes to Bailey Wilson of Washington, Texas. Third place will go to Jenna Tyler of Texarkana, Texas. And fourth place will go to Adelie Petrish of Sealy, Texas. Now in the ring will be class 24. These are Simbra heifers born September through October of 22.
Maybe as nice a top pair as we've had in a class so far today. And with that said, I think still a pretty easy place for me to go. And young lady's light blonde heifer here that's going to win. Gold star for her in terms of her condition. I like this one as you study her through her front 1/3. Very lean and elegant in the shape there at her throat and her crest. Flat-shouldered female that just balances up in proportion so well from their back. I think her condition allows her to get out here and travel easily, the freest and most flexibly of any cattle in class. And when you step in behind them, you really have to appreciate that female in terms of her shape. She's ultra square hip, ultra long in terms of her muscle attachment. Another thing that I think allows her to go out and go really, really easily. If you want to critique her, and some of it's probably color pattern and some of it's condition, I don't know that she's quite as impressive in her forerib as a couple of the other heifers in this class, and I'm not going to try to convince you that the black heifer's perfect in that regard, but that might be where we change the class winner. The black heifer exiting the ring, ultra long spine. She's a little bit better than our class winner in that regard. Long and level in terms of her hip, balanced enough underneath. At times out here a little bit more of a struggle in the way she goes out of her front end. Consequently, her head and neck ties a little lower out of her shoulder. Young lady exiting the ring now. One that's just a little bit more extreme for me. I like that one's squareness. I like her edges. A female that's big boned and footed and drives off of a nice back leg. Maybe not as balanced up underneath. Maybe just a little bit more elevation to that one. Opposite side of the coin goes next. Quite obviously, one of the more moderate frame females we've seen today. Certainly easy fleshing, certainly big bodied, but one that needs a little bigger outline. Needs to be adjusted in terms of her hip and her hind leg. I believe that class was a division. Let's go ahead and congratulate those exhibitors.
Some similarities here for Tyler and I in this particular class, and here again, we don't think we find the most perfect one out here in the class in terms of structure and mobility, but what we do find on the top pair of heifers are similar in terms of their performance, their body shape, looseness of spine, if you will, and the young man's black heifer, we think, just surfaces up to the top in terms of the slope to her shoulder, the extension through the front 1/3. She's very elegant design down in the lower 1/3 of her body. We'd like to see her go a little easier, but as I said, we'd like to see that in all this particular class. The young lady's red heifer coming in second, we think follows a type and kind and being a bigger bodied, bolder sprung kind of female with more performance. Next pair of cattle are a little bit of a challenge they're a challenge for us, but we're going to set our priorities here in this particular class on a heifer that when this young man gets her set up and parked, you know, she's really pleasing to look at. She's fresh, she's clean in her lines, she's easy to look at. We think she's a little more rigid in her back too, and certainly at the ground there on the back, maybe a little straighter in her hock than what we'd ideally like to see her. The young lady's heifer coming out next, again a high appealing one in terms of her length of body, length of front 1/3. And here it's a little bit opposite here. We think she rolls underneath herself, gets her hip up underneath her as she gets out on the move. Young lady that rounds out the class, her baldy heifer, again a heifer that's nice and attractive, loose in her top side, maybe just not quite enough of her and certainly not enough structural integrity on the go.
A very fun pair of heifers here back in our key show. Not a lot of numbers in this class, but as good a pair as you can find in two females, I'm sure, and different in terms of their type and kind. I guess for me, the young lady's heifer that's going to start just suits what I like just a bit better in terms of her outline and in terms of her balance. I love this one's feature through her front 1/3. When she gets the stick on her and jerks her head up with that wire, her neck shoots so high out of the top side of her blade, one that's really nice in terms of her condition there at her throat latch from there back, and it's pretty obvious her balance, her sweep, her overwhelming depth that she has in her center third. I like a great deal, and you know, at times when you step off the cattle, you wonder, is she as stout as the one right behind her? And I challenge you, you get in behind them, and this one, as you study her from hooks to pins, you study where her pins set in, is more than enough in terms of her muscle. I like her squareness a great deal, very feminine in terms of her muscle package, and then to me, maybe one last thing that sorts it, as you set them in motion, she's just slightly more comfortable in the way she handles her rear pasture and where she sits down there at the ring. You know, at times, you study that class winner on a comparative sense, she maybe looks a little shorter canned, maybe a little bit quicker in her kind. I'd argue she's big enough for a bred heifer, but if you like the size and the scale of this heifer in second, I won't argue with you. Hey, even though she pushes just a touch more chest forward, I actually read this one to be a little bit leaner in terms of her condition. As you study her right in behind her shoulder, you study her in terms of her underline, I think there's a little less on that one, and I think that's to her benefit. Female that's got power, she's got bones, she's got foot. For me, and I already said it a little bit, you push that chest floor back into her body cavity ever so slightly, but in particular, you study this one from hooks to pins, you study the way her hips designed and the way she goes there off of her rear too. I'd set her pins wider and square and just see her get out with a little less effort there off of her rear too. Incredible set of cattle in that particular pair. My compliments to each of those exhibitors.
Well, congratulations back over in the key ring to catch you up on results. Your champion late spring yearling was exhibited by back number 7079. That was Avery Belcher of Blakesburg, Iowa. Reserve champion exhibited by Ava Thomason of Harrison, Arkansas. We then brought in your next division. Your champion early spring yearling was exhibited by back number 7089. That was Sarah Sullivan, Dunlap, Iowa. And reserve in that division will go to Max Krimpaski of South Charleston, Ohio.
Here in the Simbra, all these senior heifer calves, Tyler and I are in agreement here wholeheartedly, and certainly we've got a pair of heifers out here that our class winners are very similar, and we just briefly discussed them there earlier. And Tyler's going to show us our champion in reserve in this division.
Well, congratulations in our senior heifer calf division. Back over to the Simbra ring. Your champion coming out of class 24. That was Barring Cattle Company of La Vernia, Texas, with LGG Lil Revy. And reserve champion, and congratulations will also go to Bearing Cattle Company with RGV LMC Gabby K243. Again, congratulations to those exhibitors. We'll now bring in class 25 Simbra heifers born August of 22. This will also be your intermediate heifer division.
Another nice trio out here. Two heifers that are high quality and maybe a little bit contrasting in terms of their type and kind. Young lady brings us a powerfully constructed one that's going to go ahead and win, and I think it's her structure that allows her to do so. She's just simply more comfortable in the way she travels there out of her front too. In addition to that, I think one that's easily longer strided and more appropriate in the flex to her hock and her rear pastern. One that's chock full of muscle from end to end and base width, and perhaps at times to her detriment. I think for me, one that's maybe just a little bit rounder in terms of her muscle package. I guess as a corollary, one that's tailhead sits up there a little more distracting on her hip. You can kind of see light right under the bottom side of her tail. That's a bit of a pet peeve for me, and one that I think makes the pair a little closer, because the young man's heifer coming next, a little bit more my style in terms of her look of femininity. I like the sweep she has to her underline. Perhaps not as stout, but maybe a little more feminine in terms of her muscle package. For me, even though she's not as powerful, she's one that's a little more advanced in terms of her condition, a little more excessive there in her underline. And then, it's a little bit to my surprise, but you set her in motion, she kind of fights the halter and doesn't want to get to her step, sets down on a more fragile structure. We conclude the class with a big muscled, thick-ended kind of a heifer that just needs a little more body and balance and looseness of structure to compete.
Here's one over here in our Simbra ring. They'll be division champion by default, but this one certainly can handle a lot of competition. Young man brings us a very fault-free, complete kind of a female out here and does a tremendous job. Be interesting to get her back out here. It's a nice heifer.
Well, congratulations back over in the key ring. Results out of class 115, that was first place of back number 7092, JSOL PCC Fetty Who 2173 KET, exhibited by Cora Hardy, Decatur, Texas. Second place, exhibited by Barrett Duncan of Bonham, Texas. And third place will go to Brooklyn Matlock of Anadarko, Oklahoma. Now in the ring will be your final class in this division and final class of our junior key show. Back over to the Simbra ring. Results out of our intermediate division. Your champion goes to Nolan Seeley of San Augustine, Texas, with LMC JSSC Augusta 230K. Now entering the ring, class 26, Simbra heifers born March, April of 22.
logical over here on this side in our opinion. And young lady brings us a really powerful heifer that's really sound in her structure and really like the body and the overall balance this thing brings to us. Really nice up through the front 1/3 of her body, and you get away from her, she's got enough base width for us. Just a nice female, nice logical place. Young lady's baldy heifer fits kind of that type and kind, and being a bigger body, more robust in her four-rib as we compare it to the young man's heifer here in 3rd, but logical placing, nice female there to start. The young man does a really nice job here rounding out the class with his project. Here's a heifer that maybe is a little plainer up through the front 1/3 of her body, doesn't quite give us as much movement as with authority off of her rear 2 as we'd like, but a nice logical placing there in that particular class in our opinion.
A couple of big stout heifers. A couple of big stout heifers out here in the ring, and no doubt both of them a lot to hang on to at this juncture. The heifer that's going to go ahead and win, though, and does so rather convincingly in my mind, young lady solid black female here, is one that gives you such a neat look from the side. This thing's stout. Her bone work, her feet, the way she sets down at the surface is really, really impressive. I like the genuine sweep she has there to her underline. A female that is stout enough as you step in behind her, but what I like in particular is we power these cattle up, we need to be mindful of making their muscle packages long and feminine and pliable, and hers does that as well. One that's quite clearly going to enter the cow herd here very, very shortly. You study her in terms of her teat placement and just her development back there. I think she's going to be calving before you know it, but I think one that paints a really neat picture as a cow. If we're going to change her just ever so slightly, her tail head sits up there just a shot high on her hip. I think that's a pretty minor criticism on a pretty major heifer. Young lady's fighting the good fight with a load there, and I can understand why it's hard to hang on, young lady. You've done a great job. It's a massive female, massive bodied, extremely easy fleshing, big boned and footed. She's a little far along for me in terms of her condition, one that ties just a shot low in terms of her neck attachment. Good cattle, though. My hat's off to that young lady for fighting the good fight.
Over here on our side, this young lady's doing a good fight as well, and she's got one that's really nice and balanced good, really a fresh kind of a female. Maybe like to give her a shot more substance and power, but single entry there, nice heifer for your young lady.
Well, congratulations back over in the key ring. Results out of our final class of junior key females. First place, go to back number 7095. That's TUBB TSSC Larissa Who 201 KET, exhibited by Sarah Sullivan, Dunlap, Iowa. Second place in that class, exhibited by Sadie Crawford of Ashflat, Arkansas. Back over in the Simbra ring, results out of class 27 before the division. First place, exhibited by Williams Cattle of Dayton, Texas, with JW Purple Rain. We're now going to bring in those first and seconds. Select the champion reserve junior heifer.
Another nice division out here as we conclude your Chianina show. Not big numbers, but I think, if you can't find something out here in the ring you like, I probably can't help you. Because both of these class winners, very, very nice. And it starts with a young lady here out of our first class, one that's really powerful as you step up on top of her, thick-ended, wide-based, bold-ribbed female. In that particular grouping was the one that just offered us just a little bit more flexibility. We talked in class with all the mass she brings to the table, perhaps just a little bit rounder in terms of her muscle package, one that wants flag her tail head up there a little higher, and it becomes a little bit more of a distraction for me. Quality cattle, though, and neat pieces to breed on. And then the heifer here out of the class we just talked, I think equally powerful. One that's beautiful in terms of her underline and her body. I like her teat placement. This one's feet and bone work, and the way she strikes the surface, or the cushion she brings in that regard, is really, really impressive. We talked a minute ago, maybe as far along as she's getting in calf, maybe breaking just a touch there, or shooting that tail head up just ever so slightly, but that's far than enough to get her beat. It's a very, very high quality heifer. Young lady, you'll be our champion. Young lady, you'll be our reserve.
This division here, we think we've got a heifer out here that just kind of overpowers this particular division in terms of her depth of body and her structural integrity and correctness. Just a nice, really, really nice cow prospect. And then we've got a couple of heifers that are nice in their own right, maybe not made quite as similar as what we find in our division champion here. And Tyler will show you the two that we like out of this division.
Well, congratulations in the Simbra ring, your champion junior heifer coming in class 26. That was Jacob Sansom of Brenham, Texas, with Smith 4S, Kayla Charming Emmylou. And reserve champion will go to Emily Birch of Meeker, Oklahoma. We're now going to bring in your final class and division here in our Simbra female show. This will be class 28, Simbra heifers born September of 21.
Single division winner here, but again, a nice packaged female the young lady brings to us, like the front 1/3 and the design and the extension that she shows. I guess the best thing that I particularly like on this particular heifer is when you get down behind and you analyze some of her maternal characteristics. She's very maternal. You get down and look at the udder development that she's starting to put in there. It looks like she's going to end up with a really, really nice bag and teat structure on this one. I like quite well.
Well, congratulations in our final division of Simbras, your champion senior heifer. We'll go to Hallie Hackett of Texarkana, Texas, with Smith McCrae Hypnotic 212J. We're now going to welcome in all of those division champion and reserves, and our judges, Mr. Scott Trenipole and Mr. Tyler Cates, will select their grand and reserve grand champions, Simbra heifers. Well, back over in ring 2, we're getting ready to select your grand and reserve grand champion, Chianina females, here at the Cattlemen's Congress in your junior show. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for all of our Chianina junior exhibitors.
Well, folks, I usually move pretty swiftly when I judge these deals, but I did want to take just a moment out here and just do one more lap and enjoy this. This has been one of the best shows I've ever judged. From the young lady's calf over there, I just told her, I said, this thing's going to be such a handful a year from now, all the way down the line back to that last division winner. I mean, I've found cattle without exception that I like a great deal. These class winners and the seconds, I'd take any of them and feel like I had great odds to go home and raise something. After all, it is what it's about. You young people have put in a lot of work to go to a national show like this, especially you ladies out here driving these big breads. It's a lot of work to bring them to town, and so I appreciate it. I appreciate you bringing them here for me to evaluate and to ask my opinion. It certainly is an honor, and again, I couldn't be more just blown away with the quality from end to end out here. You know, I think if there's some of you key breeders who don't have low keys, I'll do a few thank yous at this point. Thank my folks for coming down from Iowa and watching me judge. It's always a pleasure to have them in the crowd. Family's important, and I've got a great support staff back at home in Ohio. My wife and son have been calving cows. My brother and sister-in-law have been showing cattle at jackpots. And that allows me to come down here and do what I love, which is work with young people and evaluate cattle. And so a heartfelt thank you to all my family members for their support. I couldn't do this without them. I think you can see the type and kind of cattle I like out here. They're very much on display. They're feminine, they're big-bodied, they're loose-structured, and I think these class winners are that without exception. And so I don't know if I've had that happen before. I'm just thrilled from end to end. There's two that come to mind for me of being the most my kind. I think, again, you could take any one of these class winners and make a great case to go home and make a lot of use out of them. But I'll show you the way that I like them today. It's my opinion, but this time they asked me, best of luck to you all in the open show. Let's put our hands together. This is an impressive drive.
Well, congratulations, your grand champion key female here at the Cattlemen's Congress in your junior show. Going to Miss Sarah Sullivan, Dunlap, Iowa, with TUBB SSC Larissa Hood, 201 KET. And congratulations, reserve grand champion is going to go to ESS Priscilla 2240K, exhibited by Sarah Sullivan, Dunlap, Iowa. Again, congratulations to those exhibitors. We're now going to go into your open key show.
Over here on our Simbra side, as we wrap out our day here on this particular morning, and you know, Tyler and I are very humbled to have been asked to sort the next today and tomorrow, and the semis and the Simbras and the full bloods. But I'm just going to say, you know, I've learned over the last 2 or 3, 4 years to have some appreciation, a great deal of it, if you will, for the Simbra cattle. You know, our numbers aren't big, but the quality of these things, if you can look out here and see what we have out in front of you that the exhibitors brought to us, because they are high quality. But the one thing I want to make a statement about the Simbrals is, they are relevant within our industry, and the regions within the United States where they work. I mean, those cattle can go out and perform, and you made them right, and you can bring them into the markets, and I'm talking on a commercial sector, you can bring them things out there and they can get where they can top the market. It's all on how you breed them, but their vigor and the environment that these cattle can thrive in, I have just really grown for a great appreciation to you Simbra breeders and the cattle that you're raising. That being said, again, we're very pleased with the lineup that we have out here. Just very humbled to be able to give you our opinion, and that is certainly what it is. So let's put our hands together for a nice Simbra and show here this morning.
Well, congratulations, Grand Champion Simbra heifer here at the Cattlemen's Congress. Goes back number 7480. That's Jacob Sansom of Brenham, Texas. And congratulations, Reserve Grand Champion coming out of our Junior Heifer Calf Division. That was Gage Gillespie, Waxahachie, Texas, with F. War Athena. Again, congratulations to all of our Simbra exhibitors in our open show here at the Cattlemen's Congress. We're going to get the ring cleared. We'll invite a new judge to the ring. We'll get started with your Junior Full-Blood Simmental show. Well, ladies and gentlemen, we are about ready to get started over here in Ring 1 with your Junior Simmental shows today. Your first show to hit the ring will be your Junior Full-Blood Simmental show. We're excited to welcome your judge, Mr. Lydell Meyer of Clinton, Tennessee. Mr. Meyer is the owner and manager of 3 Aces Cattle Company. He lives there in Clinton, Tennessee with his wife, Holly, kids Andrew, Annie, and Alyssa. A graduate of Texas Tech, his family has raised Angus, Red Angus, Simmental, and Charolais cattle for the past 20 years. Over those 20 years, their program has produced national and junior national champions in all 4 breeds. He has judged numerous state and national shows, junior national shows, plus the North American, American Royal, the National Western, and the Cattlemen's Congress. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together and welcome Mr. Lydell Meyer to Ring 1. In Ring 1, we've brought in your first class of Junior Full-Blood Simmentals. These are Full-Blood Simmental heifers born January to March of 23.
Well, it's certainly an honor and a privilege to be here at the Cattlemen's Congress and judge the Junior Simmental show today and this afternoon. And you know, to me, it's just always an extreme honor anytime you get asked to judge a show at any level. We're going to start with this class of January. This March effort, a young lady is going to lead off here in our full-blood show. I like her at the ground. I like her symmetry. I like her balance, her smoothness and elegance up through her front end. Maintains enough rib shape and body capacity and mass when you get in behind her. Talk about balance and skeleton design. I think she's the ideal one of this pair. Young man's heifer that ends up being second, no doubt. She's bolder. She's a little bit wider. She's got a shot more muscle. She's not acting just to the best for this young man here today, but I think she gives up that extra look up through her front end and that refinement that we're looking for, and just the overall balance to the young lady's March effort. A nice pair to get our full-blood show going this afternoon.
Well, congratulations in your first class and division here in the Full-Blood Show. First place and champion heifer calf will go to Caroline Jones of Whitewright, Texas. Reserve champion will go to Lane Tate of Muldrow, Oklahoma. Back over in Ring 2, we're going to get started with your open key female show. Your first class in the ring is Class 1, key heifers born May of 23. We'd like to welcome back to the ring over here in Ring 2, Mr. Ernie and Sam Wallace. Ernie Wallace is the owner of Wallace Cattle Company located in Stott City, Missouri. Ernie and his wife Tammy started their operation in 1984. Today they run a herd of more than 200 registered Angus and Simmental cattle. Their 2 children, Paige and Sam, were both very involved in the Angus and Simmental Junior Breed Associations growing up. Their family has grown over the years with the addition of a few grandchildren in recent years. Sam and his wife Morgan have 1 son, Bo, and Paige and her husband Marcus have 1 daughter, Andy. Ernie has judged numerous cattle shows, including the National Western Stock Show, the North American International, the American Royal, the Royal Agricultural Winter Fair in Canada, and 9 junior national shows, various state and regional shows. Wallace Cattle has raised and shown Angus and Simmental females that were champions at the National Western, the American Royal, the North American, the American Junior Simmental, Simmental Classic and the National Junior Angus Show. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together and welcome Mr. Ernie and Sam Wallace to Ring 2.
Really nice pair of May heifers to start this show off with, and they're fairly close in terms of competitiveness. Heifer we're going to use to start off with, I think where she kind of excels, she's just got a little more center body to her. She probably just gives you a little better underline there. She's really up-headed, neck comes up out of the top of that shoulder, just really, really nice. She's good on the move when she gets out and goes, and probably where she really excels is just in foot structure compared to the heifer right behind her. Heifer behind her really gives you a good look and extremely long body. She's actually probably just about a rib longer in terms of length than our class winner. She's sure good enough necked. She's probably not quite as elegant as our class winner, but big bodied, big hipped. I like a lot of things about this heifer. The thing I'd really like to change is just her foot structure on this female to get her up above the one that wins the class. But two very, very nice heifers to start this off with. It's two very competitive, but could sure stand a lot of competition.
Well, congratulations in the Key Show. Your champion summer heifer calf will go to Kennedy Arthur, Stillwater, Oklahoma, with TSSC Who's Ready 31L in second place. And congratulations, Cambria Cook of Clovis, California. Now in the ring, Class 2, Key heifers born April of 23.
Back on our full-blood side, an excellent trio of fall heifers. The black and white heifer that's going to win, I think once again, she's a combination of skeletal design, and inequality at the ground, and in smoothness and balance and power and body shape. She's the one to tie to in this 3. I don't know that she's as massive when you get right behind her as a young man's heifer in second, but I don't think she balances up quite as well and level and smooth on the move, especially over our top line. She wants to drop them pins, get up underneath herself just ever so slightly, but she still matches the body mass and still the look up through her front end that our class winner. Nice pair of heifers. The young man's heifer here in third, I think, is one that still is relatively smooth. She's not quite as unique through her chest and her head and her neck. She's not near as robust through her forerib and her rear flank design as the 3 right in front of her, but an outstanding heifer that's still from her hook bones back, square, and got muscle and power and quality at the ground. An excellent trio of females. My compliments to all 3 of those exhibitors.
Well, congratulations in Class 30 full-blood Simmental heifers. This is also your intermediate division. Champion goes to Cade Tate of Muldrow, Oklahoma. Reserve champion will go to Landon Smith of Roland, Oklahoma. In third place, we'll go to Garrett Jones of Anna, Texas. We're now going to welcome in Class 31 full-blood Simmental heifers born March of 22.
back on our full-blood side, these young ladies bring us a real nice pair of coming 2-year-old heifers, and to me, it's a little bit of a close decision. There's a little bit of give and take between these two. The one that's going to win, I think, from her forerib forward, that's where she excels. The angulation back in that shoulder, she gets out and goes with that front leg at a little easier and truer course, and then from there forward, her chest floor, her head, and her neck is a tad bit more refined, and just attaches at the top side of her spine just a little bit better. I think as far as boldness and body, I think she's got enough. Where I want to change this one is like the heifer from her hook bone back. I want to bring that tail head back down into her body cavity just a shot more. But when you set her into motion and that freedom of movement and the reach off of that back end, and once again, balance and symmetry and smoothness, I think she's the one of this pair you got to tie into. Now, the young lady's heifer here in second from her shoulder back. She's a little bolder. She's a little softer. She's probably just a little more genuine when you get in right in behind her as far as depth and volume of muscle from her hooks to her pins all the way down into that stifle. And as it turns into that twist, she too is still really good off of that back end, but she wants to get a little more upright in that shoulder. She wants to get a little stiffer out of that shoulder when you set her into motion. She gets a little plainer through her chest and her front end compared to that class winner. A little bit of give and take. Two high quality females these young ladies bring us.
Well, congratulations in Class 31 over here in the Simmental ring. First place will go to Peyton Klein of Charleston, Arkansas. Second place will go to Ashlyn Old of Williamsburg, Kansas. We'll now bring in Class 32. These will be full-blood Simmental heifers born January of 22.
Excellent single entry here. The young man brings us once again, and you're going to hear me talk about it all day long. It's just balance and symmetry and ideal of skeleton design. Heifer's really good at the top side of her shoulders, and as that spine transitions into it, her hip-loin juncture is really, really good. From her hook to her pin, she squares up really nice. Then on top of that, you go down to the ground, she's still got adequate reach off of both ends, still wants to reach and get out with that front leg really nice. She ties up nice up there, that neck comes high out of those blades, and she maintains that elegance up through her front end. Her balance in her lower 1/3, her chest floor matches the middle part of her body. To me, a female that puts a lot of good together as far as balance and symmetry and completeness, and still maintains the power we like.
Well, congratulations. Back over here in the full-blood Simmental ring. First place in Class 32 goes to Garrett Jones of Anna, Texas. We'll now welcome in those first and seconds. Selected Champion Reserve Junior Heifer.
really a strong class here in this Chianina show. We've got two that come to the top pretty quickly, I think, as you evaluate them, and the one that wins the class, I think, really excels in this particular class. She's just so big and bold and just wide base when you get behind her, stout bone kind of a female. But she does it in pretty neat package in terms of look and eye appeal and elegance up through that front end. Really like her when she gets into motion. She's very flexible and gets out and goes in a really good fashion. That's a really nice heifer to start with. Like this heifer in second a lot too. She probably doesn't have quite the look up through her front 1/3 as a heifer that wins the class. But from there back, she can sure compete with her. Big body, good in her forerib, good underline in this female, really tremendous amount of muscle. Those are two very nice heifers to start off with, and I think they place themselves pretty logically in first and second. Like this heifer here is coming now, another female that just gives you a big stout bone. She's super, super deep. She's maybe not quite got the bells and whistles as the two that are above her in terms of her front 1/3. Maybe set that tail head down just a skosh in her, but man, that's a nice one. It's going to make a tremendous cow. Sure got to like this one too. Really strong class, really strong three heifers to start off with. Next heifer coming in is another big bone stout one. She's a tick straighter maybe on both ends than the ones that are right above her. She's got just a skosh more shoulder to her, but that's another big stout, big bodied one that has got a lot of the good doability about her. She kind of falls in that fourth hole pretty logical for us. This heifer here kind of grows on in. I think if you just give this one some time, she's not quite as far along right now. She just doesn't have quite the overall mass and power as the females that are above her, but boy, she gives you a beautiful look. I love that neck and front end in her. I just think she needs just a little more time to kind of get a little more competitive down the road, but that's a nice one. Good heifer here, beautiful design, and we were looking at her thinking how balanced she was, and I love the neck and the front end in her. She too's, I mean, I've got something like them just like that at home, but she's just a little green yet. She's not quite there. She doesn't give you quite as much bone and substance as the females that are above her, but that's another one. You get her on feed as a yearling, she's going to be competitive. A really nice female, just not quite the mass and body and muscles the females that are above her. Another one here is just a little more extreme in her rib cage. She's just not quite as deep and soggy in that flank, and just not quite as stout boned as the heifers that are above her. But very nice looking, very beautiful profile, very good balance in this female. Just needs to be more of her today to get her up any higher.
Back on our full-blood side in our 2-year-old division, two excellent class winners. I think some heifers that add some added performance and look and just power for the breed. The young lady heifer that wins that first class, once again, very ideal from her four ribs forward, flat shoulders, still good up through her neck, still has some angulation to set back to that shoulder and reach off of that end. She balances up good. She's got tremendous spring to that middle part of that rib and balances up in her lower 1/3. We could just elevate those pins ever so slightly, but she still combines that with some muscle shape and quality of hind leg structure when you set her into motion. A high quality female with a tremendous amount of length of spine and length of body, puts it together in a nice package. A little square made hip heifer wins that second class single entry. Love the outline design of this one. She too is a little flatter shouldered, like her class winner. She sits just a tad bit lower in that chest compared to that one that's right in front of her. I love the squareness though from her hooks to her pins back. She's got plenty of fullness in her, and just as far as her hip shape and design all the way down. Has an ideal leg structure, gets out and moves extremely nice. There's at times so I don't know that she balances up quite as well in the lower 1/3 of her body as the one right in front of her, and probably just a little bit of that deciding factor. I think there's a lot of balance and symmetry in the one that wins. I think there's also too a lot of squareness and sharpness in the one that wins out of the second class. And to respectfully the young lady heifer that was second to our first class winner, I think that's a bold, stout, powerful one. But to me in this division, it comes down here to these two class winners. For me today, the young lady that wins the first class is going to be our division champion, and then the young man that wins the second class will be our reserve division. Congratulations.
Congratulations, your champion junior heifer, exhibited by Peyton Klein of Charleston, Arkansas, with TCBO Augusta, and reserve champion. And congratulations go to Garrett Jones of Anna, Texas. We're now going to welcome in Class 33. This will be our final class in division in your full-blood Simmental show. Back over in the key ring, results out of Class 2. First place was exhibited by Brecken Bloomberg with JSOL Houdat Spot 3244L. Second place was exhibited by Luke Jennings of Felicity, Ohio. Third place will go to Abby Breeding of Miami, Texas. Fourth place in that class exhibited by Hadley Vogel of Rockport, Indiana. Fifth place went to Andrew Ray of Brooksville, Kentucky. Sixth place, Ruby Thomas of Harrison, Arkansas. Seventh place, and congratulations go to Oakley Dorsey of Morris Bluff, Nebraska. Congratulations once again in Class 2. Currently in the ring, Class 3, March Chianina heifers.
Really nice senior yearling young man brings us one that's getting awfully close to production stage. One that from her shoulder forward, it still puts together a lot of nice things. Adequate reach off of off of that front end. One that wants to reach hard and strong with that hind leg. Maybe dips those pins ever so slyly, but one that still maintains some volume and mass as far as muscle is concerned. Some linear design from her shoulders to that hip loin juncture. Still maybe want to see just a smidgen more just internal mass and capacity to go along with that. Looks like she's starting to make up an extremely nice setter, high quality female.
Well, congratulations in Class 33. First place will go to Landon Old of Williamsburg, Kansas with FLC Jewel J17. At this time, we'll bring in those division champion and reserves, and our judge will select his grand and reserve grand champion, full-blood Simmental heifer.
As we get ready to select our first junior champion of this afternoon here in the Simmental show. What an excellent lineup. Not a vast numbers here in our full-blood show, but my compliments to the breeders and exhibitors of this group. You know, I think we get all four of these division winners back out here, and that's a nice pattern. And, you know, and for me, you know, I'm going to try to set a trend of what I'm looking for here this afternoon. Young lady Smarts Calf wins that first division, excellent at the ground. Balance and symmetry, smoothness, balance in the lower 1/3 of her body, still maintains enough power and integrity through the center part of her body to go with that extra length and extension. I think that's a high quality calf with a lot of future. The pair of falls that come out of there, like both of those heifers quite well, they combine that extra length of body and that power that you want, still maintain some refinement. The black and white, or the red and white one that wins that division, I like this one. She's so smooth over her top line and that shoulder, and how she transitions into her body component, top side of her shoulders, forerib into that shoulder, hip loin juncture, hooks to pins, transitions through that ground, still balance, has enough body and shape and integrity there at the lower 1/3. That's a high quality female. That next pair of kind of power heifers that come out of that junior yearling division, the one that wins that, a lot of shape, a lot of turn to that middle part of that rib. You know, she still maintains some reach off of that front end, some athleticism on both ends, and muscle shape you get it behind her. I think she's fresh in her condition, and I appreciate that about her. Still maintains a little shot of performance and grow, and I like that. I like this heifer quite well. The senior yearling is one, maybe gets doesn't have quite the balance in her lower 1/3 and through her head and her neck is the ones right in front of her, but she too is awfully good at the ground. Love some width and dimension she's got when you get in behind her. This is going to be a high productive female for this young man, but still, I like her over her top. I love this one's quality at the ground. She's as good at the ground as any of them out here. But I'm going to give them another good close look, pick you a pair of champions. If you folks would reward these kids with an awfully good set of full bloods they brought here to Oklahoma City, I'll pick you a pair of champions. Congratulations.
Extremely nice pair of heifers here to start this class off with, and you can make a case for either one of these heifers, and I'm not going to argue with you. It's just kind of what your personal preference is and kind of what you gravitate towards as far as cattle, and I like a lot of things about both these females. Sam and I both do. We kind of went back and forth on them. We started saying in the class, but this one probably gives us a little more look up through her front 1/3. She's probably a little more elegant in terms of her look. Really ties good up from her, when she pops that head up out of that shoulder. She's got enough body and enough muscle. She's not as massive as the one right behind her, but she's sure got plenty of everything that you need. That's not really a deal breaker on her. She's sure thick enough when you get behind her. She's a female that's got enough rib shape and swoop to her. I think just where she kind of ends up coming to the top of the class is she's just a tick neater for us in that front 1/3. But that's not saying anything. I never thought I'd judge one of these shows and have a heifer in second that was that good. She's dang sure a nice one too. She's probably a little bit more robust from her forerib back in terms of body, and that's what we really like about her. I think just in terms of elegance, she doesn't have quite as attractive a head and not quite as long a neck as the female that wins the class, but that's getting pretty nitpicky on a couple of heifers that are both super high quality. Like them both quite a lot. Heifer in third is kind of one of those luck of the draw classes. You got in a class with a couple of nice ones. That's a good female. She's extremely long bodied, very good looking in terms of look, balances up quite well. Just not the overall heifer, not as much heifer as the two that are above her, maybe not quite the depth of flank as the one that's right in front of her in class. Same can be said for this one. She's not quite as, doesn't have quite as much rib cage and depth of rib as the females that are above her, starting to shake just a skosh of chest down in her, but that's a nice one, just not quite the overall mass as the females that are precede her in class. Got one here, it's just a little more compact. She tends to not want to get off of her hind two with quite as much authority when you get her on the move. Tremendous amount of muscle in that heifer. Just like to pull her apart to get her up any higher.
Well, congratulations. Back over in the full-blood Simmental ring, your grand champion comes out of Class 30. That was Kate Tate of Muldrow, Oklahoma, with Logland Ruth Ann 260K. And reserve champion will go to Peyton Klein of Charleston, Arkansas. We're going to take a brief photo break over here in the Simbra ring. We'll return back with your percentage Simbra heifer calf show. Back over in the key ring, results of Class 3 key heifers. First place was exhibited by Ashlyn Moole of Lexington, Illinois, with TACM Lulu 731 LET. Second place was exhibited by Brett Pembroke of Fairview, Oklahoma. Third place will go to Rihanna Bosden. Fourth place and congratulations went to Cecilia Mercina. In fifth place, exhibited by Boshen Schudel. Now in the ring, Class 4 key heifers, born March of 23.
real competitive class here. Got some differences in types and kinds, and that's all right. But I think we've got a pretty easy place to start with. That's a nice female. She just has a few of the extra bells and whistles in terms of eye appeal and pizzazz to her. She really, you get her head all cocked up here, and she just gives you a beautiful profile. And she's pretty stout when you get behind her. She's got plenty of muscle to her, good bone, good body. A real nice class winner, comes to the top pretty quickly. Next step in line, I think, from her shoulders back, is pretty stout. I mean, she's square hipped, she's good topped. She tends to want to get just a skosh straighter on those front two as comparison to a heifer that wins the class. Just maybe not quite as much of her in terms of rib shape and body, but that's a nice one. She's good necked. She's got up-headed. She's very feminine in terms of her look. She's pretty clean made, and in terms of her chest floor. That's just a pretty logical place for us in this class for her to be second. A good heifer here in third. And I think there's just the differences is it in power when you get right behind her, just not quite as wide based, and maybe not quite as elegant and through a front 1/3, but good body, good hipped, as far as hooks to pins. A female, just not quite as much of her as the two that are above her, but a really nice kind of a cow prospect. Got another good one coming around here that's got that extra body and dimension to her. She just doesn't do it in quite as attractive a package. Tends to get up in her top just a skosh when you get her out on their go, not wanting to get out here and relax today, but good female, good doing kind of a female, very efficient in her kind. Heifer closing the class, just not quite the pizzazz, not quite as stout when she gets off those hind two when you get her into motion. Good class to start with, good heifer to start with in this class.
Well, congratulations in the key ring results of Class 4. First place will go to Mallory Johnson with BMW Y-Not 302L. Second place in that class exhibited by Gus Goodson of Earlsboro, Oklahoma. Third place was exhibited by Harper Horn, Stillwater, Oklahoma. Fourth place will go to Emily Schellenberg of Kingfisher, Oklahoma. And fifth place went to Jackson Price of Honey Grove, Texas. We're now going to bring those first and seconds in, select a champion reserve, late junior heifer calf. Back over in the Simbra ring, we're getting started with your Junior Simbra show. First class in is Class 34, percentage Simbra heifers, born April of 23.
Jump right into our percent Simbra heifers, and these girls bring us a nice pair of them. One's just a tad bit more show ready as far as attitude and collection is concerned. The young lady's black baldy heifer, smooth, balanced, great at the ground. Once again, some things we're going to talk about this afternoon, just balance, and to me, the flexibility and strength of her skeleton design is where she's at the top, but good over her top line. Her hip structure's good, balanced body, muscle shape, awesome at the ground, high quality female. The young lady's red heifer here, one that's got a shot more performance, and that's good. I think this one's best days are still yet to go. I love her added foot size, her bone, and when this young lady gets her gathered, this one starts to show you what her potential show career can be. She's got so much power in her skeleton design, and I think this one's sound, plenty sound. She maybe just fights to halter a little bit, so she's not as smooth and well balanced on the move as that one that leads. But man, this thing, as she gets herself pulled together and gets a little more time on feed, that balance and symmetry in that body matches that frame and that bone. That's going to be a big, stout, powerful one that's got a big, big future ahead of her.
Well, congratulations in the Simbra ring. First place in Class 34 will go to Andy Peoples of Rockwall, Texas, with Hagen C-Load 032L, and second place, and congratulations, good Kinley Compton, Franklin, Texas. We're now going to bring in Class 35, percentage Simbra heifers, born February of 23.
Really nice single entry. The young man brings us here in this January-February class. Percent Simbra heifers, once again, on the standstill, ideal skeleton design. Top side of the blade, spine meets its good. Hook, hip and loin juncture squares out from them hooks to pins. Square at the ground. One that still balances at this stage of the game enough in her chest floor and her lower 1/3. She's still fresh and green. Love the balance. Love the look. The added length and extension. High quality female. We'll give her a closer evaluation when we get her back out here for a division.
Well, congratulations in Class 35 before the division. First place will go to Cannon Hill of East Bernard, Texas. We'll now bring those first and seconds in. Select a champion reserve, junior heifer calf.
Well, what a division this has been. It's quality all the way through on the first and then also on the second place females. Anybody can make a case probably for either all 6 of these if you want to, but there's a couple that we gravitated toward that we feel real comfortable with. But to talk about them, we'll start up here on this far end. That's a female that's for as much body and dimension and muscle and bone that she's got. She still does it in just a really beautiful package up through that front 1/3. She stays clean in that chest and good necked female. And you really like her when you get her into motion. She covers that track just like you want them to. She gets out and goes. That's just a pretty nice kind of a heifer. We talked about this heifer here in the second hole, how elegant she was, and then we love that look that she gives us, and that's the kind of cattle we kind of try to raise and the kind of that we like. Is she as massive as 2 heifers on either side? Maybe not, but that female's got plenty of rib shape, plenty of dimension, plenty of body. That's a good female that I just love the look she gives us here on the side view profile. Then the heifer that won that 3rd class, a tremendous amount of power in this female. She too gives you a beautiful silhouette on the side view. She's maybe just a skosh straighter than on behind than maybe the heifer's up in front of her. But that's a good one that we like a lot of things about. But this is a tremendous division. A lot of discussion on which ones to win, but I think the one that comes to the top, Sam and I didn't have any discussion about that one. It'll be the young lady up here in the far end. Congratulations.
Well, congratulations, your champion late junior heifer calf, exhibited by Brecken Bloomberg with JSOL Houdat Spot 3244L.
Back on our Percent Simbra show at these 3 heifers in this first division, high quality animals, no doubt. The streak face heifer that wins that first class, love her at the ground, natural softness, just a soft made female, soft in the way that she gets around the ring, soft in her body design, softness in her muscle. Her skeleton is really, really good. Still maintains some elegance up through her front end and balance like that one quite well. Squareness and sharpness and uniqueness goes to the young man single entry out of that next class. Love the sharpness out of her hip, the length and extension up through her front end. I don't know that she's as soft and agile at the ground, maybe not as blown apart in that forerib as the one that's right in front of her, but I like that squareness and smoothness and balance. The one that puts it all together for me in this division is going to be the young lady's black heifer out of the first class. The young man will be our reserve division here out of our second class. Congratulations to both.
Well, congratulations in the Simbra ring, your junior heifer calf champion coming out of class 34. That's Andy Peoples of Rockwall, Texas. Reserve champion will go to Cannon Hill of East Bernard, Texas. We're now going to welcome in class 36 percentage Simbra heifers born December of 22. Back over in the key ring, your reserve late junior heifer calf came out of class 3. Congratulations go to Ashlyn Moole of Lexington, Illinois. Now in the ring is class 5 key heifers born February of 23.
Really nice December single entry young lady brings us here on our percent Simbra show. One that's really flat shouldered and extended up through her front end. Once again, skeleton design from the side is ideal. Top side of her blades, her hip loin junctures, squareness from her hooks to her pins. She's really truly square at the ground. Foot size matches her bone. Maybe not the widest constructed female, but man, she is so elegant from the side, just smooth and well balanced. It's a high quality individual that young lady brings us here. Another good class here at Falls. These three youngsters bring us, and the combination heifer is going to be the lead one of muscle shape, soundness, quality, and smoothness. This heifer here is probably the most shapely three-dimensional heifer in this particular group. I love the shape over that loinage, that turn to that back, 12th and 13th rib. She carries it good in that fore rib back into that rear flank, balances up nice in her lower 1/3. Her foot size matches her bone. She still comes out. She's not as long and extended as the young lady's heifer right in behind her, but where she excels is that shape through the center part of her hip, and then maybe for me, she's just so much bolder right through the center part of her body. She gives up a little bit of that extra length and extension, and that's where, this heifer here has that big advantage. She's so flat shouldered, good looking up through her front end. Love the levelness in her top line design. I wish I could just get a little bit more power and flare right through the center part of that body to go with all that. She could get out and go just a smidgen longer, but sometimes when you build them that long, they're not going to reach that far, but she's still square off of both ends, has plenty of flex in all of her joints. That's a high quality one. Young lady on the standstill, I like this one. She's just like that one right in front. She's got some body. She's square. She's thick. She's fresh and extended. When we set her into motion, she just wants to lock up that hock just a little bit more. If we could free that up, sweetie, it's just a little bit better, and that one can run a little bit harder. But boy, that one on the standstill, and she gets her shown awfully well. I just want to get her to go off of that back end a little better to make her just a shot more competitive. Three excellent females. My compliments to those exhibitors.
Pull yours around behind her. couple of nice heifers here at the top end. And, I got a really stout one here to start the class off with. And when reason she kind of comes to the top, I think, is just the flexibility off of her front two. She sits back on those knees just a skosh better than the heifer that's in second. I think she just gets out and goes a hair better in that terms, but big-bodied, and she's not the most elegant female of the two in terms of look, but big-bodied, stout-hipped, wide-based kind of a heifer. And I think she just sits back a little better on those front two. Like this one in terms of her elegance up through her front end. I like the cleanliness she has and the up-headedness she has. She tends to get just a skosh more twisted up in her front two and doesn't probably give you just as good a flexibility on those front two as a heifer that wins the class. Sometimes she wants to pop that tail head up, but I think it's more just the way she holds it. When she gets a stick, it's okay, but pretty close placing on those two. We took the one that we liked the front two on just a little better. Another nice one here, and she too, I'd like to set that tail head hit down in just a skosh. But other than that, she too gives you a nice silhouette and nice look. She's probably not quite as nice necked as the female that precedes her in the class. Not quite as deep in that flank as the heifer that's in front of her, but boy, when you look around this side view, she sure gives you a nice look. Young man's got a nice one here closing the class. Just not as much power in terms of bone and mass and depth of rib. Beautiful neck and beautiful look to her. Going to make a nice one, and just a little greener, not quite there yet.
Boy, back on our Percent Simbra show, man, these three individuals out here I like quite well, and you breeders and exhibitors ought to be proud. I think all three of these things got a good look. They got some big upswing traits that they can add to the breed. I think their squareness and quality at the ground on the standstill is good. The flexibility of both our class winners are, I think, still plenty good. The young lady's December heifer, I mean, boy, from the side, this one's pretty intriguing. Square, level down her top. She's so extended, so long. She offers that little extra performance, that little extra length. And with all that, she's still bold right through the center part of her body and really, really soft. Now, for me, when I compare her to the two heifers that come out of the next class you get behind her, she runs out of power from her hooks to her pins on down into that twist and around to that lower stifle. But I still think there's time for that to develop. She's green, she's fresh, she's agile. I think she's awfully good. The one that came out of that next class, foot size and bone matches. She squares up really nice. She's very three-dimensional. And when I'm talking about, she's got some turn and shape to that forearm. She's got some turn and shape to the middle part of that rib. She's got some turn to that loin edge. She's got some turn to that middle part of that hip. She's got some flare and pop in that lower stifle. And she just balances it all extremely well. When you watch her go away from you, if you're going to get ultra critical on this one could go just a little bit wider when you set her into motion. Still maintains some elegance up through her front end. The heifer that was second to her in that class, she too, like the heifer that wins that first one, extreme length of hip, length of body, extension up through her front end, still maintains the squareness and quality at the ground. She maybe shortens up just ever so slightly on her stride, but she too, she's extremely long bodied, and that's far to get to there. For me in this division, I think there's one that puts it all together as far as muscle shape and look and balance. Gets a little closer for me for reserve, but I think the one that ends up being reserve is just a shot more muscle and a little more skeletal width. So with that, we're going to keep the two out of the last class together. Young man, you're going to be our division champion. Young lady in the green sweater, be our reserve. Congratulations.
Well, congratulations over in the percentage Simbra ring, your senior heifer calf going to Colt Richter of Gonzales, Texas, and reserve champion will go to Madison Moore of Franklin, Texas. Back over in the key ring, results out of Class 5. First place went to J. Saul Huda, 32L1 ET, exhibited by Cora Hardy of Decatur, Texas. Second place in that class, exhibited by Gemma Emerson. Third place, go to Tatum Dorsey. And fourth place, and congratulations, Carter Eaton. In the ring now is Class 6, key heifers, born January of 23.
single entry and automatic division winner, this streak face heifer the young lady brings us, and she sure brings a good one, folks. I mean, this one's bold, she's stout, she's balancing her lower 1/3, her strength over her top, and I love that width and power when you get in behind her. Foot size matches her bone, her flexibility in her joints is high quality, shoulder works good, knee works good, reaches out there, good flex in that hock, and then when this young lady gets her planted, she squares up, gets that head up. I mean, she's pretty ideal. You know, there's a few things just here and there. We could tighten up that navel if you ever want to, but that's just breed character coming out. High quality female. We'll give her a closer look when we get back out here for our champion drive.
Well, congratulations over in the Simbra ring. Results on a Class 38 percentage Simbra heifers born April of 22. First place will go to Ellie Pet Trash of Sealy, Texas. We're now going to welcome in those division champion and reserves. We'll select a grand and reserve grand champion percentage Simbra heifer.
Heifer we're going to start with just kind of gives you that cow look. She just looks like a brood cow in the making. She's maybe not the wildest fronted one we've had out here all day, but both these first two heifers have got just a tick of chest in them that she'd maybe like to clean up. But I think from there back, this one's better in her top. I think she's better out through her hip. I think she's got a little more of a nicer head on her in terms of a cow look to her. Really love the way her underline comes out of her forerib back into her flank. She's a wide-bodied, got about the right amount of bone and for this female. Just real complete kind of a heifer. Like this heifer in second, we kind of discussed going both ways. As you get them on the side view and you can look at her from right here, she'll tend to want to drop her pins occasionally if you don't keep that stick in her like that. She's not quite as true-topped as a female that wins the class, but that's a good one. I mean, she's good boned. Every now and then you'll catch her maybe pop one past and they're just a hair, but that's a nice female. And it was a very close placing. We kind of went back and forth on those two. They're both very nice females. Heifer here closing the class in third just doesn't have quite the look and eye appeal and quite the front 1/3 as the two females that are above her, maybe just not quite as much depth, but that's a nice female that's very long-bodied, very good in terms of muscle shape and design. Good pair of heifers up at the top end, nice class of heifers.
Back on our percentage Simbra show, and we're picking our champion, our second junior champion here of this afternoon. And folks, right here is a small piece of why the Cattlemen's Congress, in my opinion, is the most premier show that we've got in the nation outside of all our respective breeds junior nationals. You know, not a vast amount of numbers, but you talk about 5 heifers out here that represent this breed and what they're doing at a high level. For me, it's the best of the cattle and the exhibitors that brought here this week. And so this means a lot, throughout, to whether it's a division, reserve division. And so my compliments to these exhibitors, because this is a pretty impressive lineup of 3 division winners that come out of not a whole lot and of numbers. That young lady's calf that wins that, sweetie, you're going to have a big time future with that one. That one's great at the ground. She's built great. She's got enough balance and performance to go with her age. I think she's presented at a high level. I'm one of those guys, I'm not big on using calves when it comes to these deals, but that one's tugging at me pretty hard. that fall heifer that wins that division, I just think you talk about shape and balance and quality at the ground. You know, she puts so many nice things together. Is she the longest? Is she the most this or most that? I don't know. But she is the one that puts so many nice things together as far as muscle shape, turn, that three-dimensional look, foot size, bone, and just balance in relation to her frame, length of body, and body condition. The power heifer comes out of that junior yearling division. You know, she too, just like the heifer right in front of her, a lot of shape, a lot of natural softness, foot size and bone, has a lot of flex off of both ends. Maybe, you know, doesn't balance up quite as well as a couple of these other heifers, but man, she's getting closer to that stage of production and she still handles it well. You know, for me, it's getting a little bit close. I'm going to give these heifers just a little more look to work it over my mind, but if you could, reward these kids with an awfully good set of heifers they brought here with a nice round of applause.
Nice division here. These two class winners out in front of us, both very high quality. Heifer up on my right is a big stout female. She's a female that's got really good bone work. I think she's adequate in terms of depth of the ribs. She's got some base width to her. She's not the prettiest headed one of the two in terms of look, just from her jowl down, but that's a nice female that's square and good topped and awful nice kind of a heifer. The one that's kind of the cow in this deal is this heifer here in this second class. Man, you can just see that written all over. Looks to be very efficient. She's so good in that top and so good out of that hip. Just love the way everything ties in and that underline, just about the right amount of bone and substance to her. And she does it in a decent package in terms of look and eye appeal up through her front 1/3. So that's a good pair of heifers, but Sam and I have gravitated towards this heifer. Now the second class is going to be your division champion.
Well, congratulations back over here in the Simbra ring. Your grand champion percentage Simbra heifer. We'll go to back number 70014. That's Colt Richter of Gonzales, Texas, with Richter Emmy Lou K1. And reserve champion, we'll go to Ellie Petrash of Sealy, Texas, with JBC Fanta's Honey Badger 22K. Well, again, congratulations to those exhibitors. We'll take a brief photo break over here in ring 1. Back over to ring 2. Your champion early junior heifer calf coming out of class 6. Congratulations, Bryson Pembroke, Fairview, Oklahoma, with PCC Houdat Raptor 130L. Well, congratulations. Reserve in that division will come out of class 5. That's Cora Hardy of Decatur, Texas, with JSOL Houdat 321 LET. Again, congratulations to those exhibitors. We're now going to bring in class 7 key heifers born December of 22.
Just got a single entry in this December class. Young man doing a nice job with the calf. Pretty complete, kind of a little more terminal maybe in her look, but that's a female that's sure big-ended when you get behind her, and she's sure got a good enough look to her. Congratulations.
Well, congratulations in Class 7 over here in your Open Key Show. First place will go to back number 7345. That's CRSC Lil Shrimp 235K, exhibited by Cade Springer of Carmen, Oklahoma. We're now going to welcome in Class 8 Key Heifers born November of 22.
Another single entry female that really gives you a clean look up through her front end. She gets just a little straight on both ends, but that needs just a little bit more rib shape to her, but square hipped and good topped kind of a female. Congratulations.
Well, congratulations in Class 8, first place. We'll go to back number 7346. That's Jake Cox of Haskell, Oklahoma, with MCO LGFD Mila 2522K. We're now going to welcome in Class 9. These are Key Heifers born October of 22.
Nice female to start this class off with. When you really like her is when you get her out on the go. She just gets out and travels and free and easy and takes a tremendously long stride. When you get her on the side view here, you're sure not disappointed with the look that she gives you in terms of profile. Lays in that shoulder nice, good in that forerib. That's a nice female. It's very complete in her kind. Pretty easy class winner for us. Powerful female here in second in terms of muscle and mass and dimension. She just kind of wants to get up in that top when she gets on the go. Doesn't handle those hind two with near as much authority as the female that wins the class. Kind of want to get a little lower headed in terms of just like to jerk that neck out of her shoulder just a little better. But big body, big ribbed, going to make a nice efficient kind of a female for a cow. Another cowy female here in this single entry. Just gives you a real cow look in terms of her body type. Probably doesn't go off those two, tends to get underneath herself just a hair, and probably like to tidy her up in that chest just a skosh to make her a little better. But once again, a very efficient female. It's going to make a nice cow.
Well, congratulations. Class 9, first place went to Emma Yoakum, Hillsboro, Ohio. Second place went to Morgan McKay of Holly, Michigan. We then brought in Class 10. First place will go to Kendall Raff of Rockport, Indiana. We're now going to bring those first and seconds in. Select a champion reserve, senior heifer calf. Back over to the Simmental ring. We're going to get started with your junior Simbra show. Class in the ring is Class 39, Simbra heifers, born May of 23.
Nice division, not quite the numbers we've had earlier, but I think the heifer that we've landed on can sure stand a lot more competition. We like her quite a bit. Would be this heifer right here in front of us. Very complete, very nice female. Congratulations.
Good place to start here in our Simbra show. This pair of young May heifer calves, a little give and take between the two, but I think genuinely and naturally, the softer they're built one is the young ladies heifer. I think this heifer genuinely has more shape and drop, especially in her forerib and her rear flank design, than the young man's super long-bodied heifer that ends up being second. I could square this one up just a touch, but when this young lady does get her planted, I think this one still got the quality at the ground, the natural softness and shape, and just blends into herself just a tad bit better than the young man's heifer that ends up being second. Extremely long neck, long-bodied, long spine one this young man has. She's got some quality and squareness at the ground. For me, I think I prefer this heifer in her hip design, no doubt, probably in tail head placement compared to our class winner. But where this one concerns me, I just want to see her a little softer in that forerib and rear flank, and just give her a little bit more true natural drop to go with all that extra length and extension that she possesses. And when she does, I think that's going to be an awfully high quality female. Two good looking, attractive females to go in that class. My compliments to those exhibitors.
Well, congratulations. Back in the key ring, your champion senior heifer calf goes to back number 7347, exhibited by Emma Yoakum. And reserve champion will go to back number 7348. That's Morgan McKay. Back over in the Simbra ring, results out of your first class of heifers. First place exhibited by Hallie Hackett of Texarkana, Texas. Second place went to Holden Hawkins of Bogota, Texas. Now in the ring is class 40, Simbra heifers born March through April of 23.
I guess the young lady's scared the competition away. This is a nice one. No doubt this one's got all the bells and whistles. Really like her when she came in the ring in terms of her soundness and the way she got out and tracked and moved. And she just gives you a real soft look in terms of body depth and and just a good cow. Look to this female. She's good enough necked in terms of look and eye appeal. Just a really wide based, awful nice kind of heifer.
Well, congratulations in your summer yearling division. In the key ring, your champion will go to Carly Clark of Muldrow, Oklahoma, with Goody ET. We're now going to welcome in Class 12. These are key heifers born April of 22.
competitive class here. I think we've got one that came to the top for us, though, pretty logically. Another one that I'll call just a good cow. That one there you can just tell is going to be extremely efficient, and she does so many good things just in terms of body depth, and then, man, she is perfect from her forerib back into her flank. Good top, good hip, female. She's not the snazziest fronted one we've had all day, but she's sure good enough. Got a good cow look to her up through that front 1/3. That's a nice heifer. Heifer in second probably has the most extension of any female in the class, and the most upheaded one. She gets just a skosh weaker right in that forerib, and just not quite as laid in nice right in that forerib as the heifer that wins the class. But boy, you love the head and neck that she has, and their top and the way she comes out of her hip. She's pretty fresh in terms of condition, pretty green. That's a nice female and a pretty logical place for us when we evaluated them to put them in second. She really gets out and tracks very, very good. And that's probably where she excels over the heifer that's right behind her. Heifer's behind her from her shoulders back. That one's really good, and she's probably as stout and good as anything in the class from their backs. She gets a little off balance with that chest, not quite as attractive necked and headed as the females that are right above her. And I'd make her reach just a hair better off those front two when you get her on the go. But from the shoulder back, you can't make one any nicer. I like that female quite a little bit in that terms. Another good effort here. It's closing the class. Just where she kind of ends up there is just on her movement off her front two when she comes in the ring. She's really not wanting to get out and reach and go as good as she should. But from there back, everything's good, wide-based and deep-bodied. A nice heifer.
Well, congratulations back in the key ring. Results out of Class 12 in your late spring yearling division. Champion will go to Brett Pembroke with J. Saul, PCC, Dat Looker, 21.99K. Second place and reserve in that division go to Avery Belcher of Blakesburg, Iowa. Third place will go to Ava Thompson of Harrison, Arkansas. And fourth place go to Lily Asher of Greensburg, Indiana. We're now going to welcome in Class 13. This will also be your early spring yearling division.
Excellent class. We jump right in here in our Simbra show, and good from top to bottom. A lot of useful heifers, a little bit of variance in type and kind, but the Black Baldy is simply the one that puts it all together. Freedom and quality at the ground, length, balance, smoothness, power, extension up through her front end, excellent in the lower 1/3 of her body. I think she just puts a lot of nice things together. The red and white one that comes in second rivals her in that extra look and balance. I like this one quite well. I think these top two put a lot of good things together. So young lady, this one here just shortens up a little bit in her hip and her spine compared to the one that wins. She's maybe just a shot not quite as flexible in her hip translations into that hocking at the ground. Splitting hairs, two high quality females go 1 and 2. We get into another heifer that's got a shot more power, young lady, and I like this one quite well. I think she's her foot size and her bone is good. I love the mass and the density of this one. Still maintains that depth and expansion. Enough look and balance, maybe not quite as square and sharp and flashy as those top two. To get her to push those top two a little further, I gotta get her to just reach and grab at the ground with those hind legs with just a shot more authority. But man, on a standstill, I like that one. A lot of density, power, and look and smoothness. A little bit of give and take between 4 and 5 here. I went with a heifer that I think's awfully green. I think there's some quality. I love her sharpness and freshness. And in relations, we get into this next wave of heifers. Flat shoulder, good neck, square, good and quality at the ground. This one too, young man, we just gotta watch that flex and that rear hawk. She gets out and goes really nice, but as long as she maintains that flexibility to go with all that squareness and ideal skeleton design, I think she's got a big upswing for you, and she can push those heifers in front of her a little bit further when she gets just a little bit, because she's as green as the top 4 or 5 heifers for sure. I think there's time, and time is that one's best friend. Love the extra. yeah, a little more rugged, a little bit more power comes in this next one. And I think, you guys, this one's just got a shot more breed character, no doubt. But I think this one, I love the added foot size and power and density of this one. I know she's not as sharp and, maybe needs to be cleaned up a little bit, but man, she's big over her top. She's big out of her hips. She's big at the ground. I think when she starts to balance up just a little bit more and put everything together, that's a big, stout, good moving one that maybe doesn't balance up quite as well as those ones right in front of her, but I like her quite well. Young ladies, black heifer, you do a great job presenting this one. She's square and she's good. She gets a little lower in her next set, maybe doesn't have quite the power and dimension as some of those heifers right in front of her. I just want to extend her out and give her a little bit more there. Some width and dimension comes in next, just gets a little lower and plainer about her front end. A heifer that's got some width and dimension. She just gets a little bit plainer about her overall design, a little tighter in that forerib. Young man's red heifer coming around the corner here is one that's square and nice up through her front end. I want to change the way she handles those hind legs as she goes and give her a shot more internal dimension. Young lady's black heifer here, she too just needs a shot more time. She gets a little bit uncoordinated the way she goes and handles that hock, but I think one that's got some squareness of design and body shape, I think when she pulls it all together, it'll be really nice. Young lady's blonde heifer rounding out the class is a really nice one. Square, good made, just gets outpowered and gives up too much internal dimension to get any higher. High quality set, awesome pair on the top side.
A couple of nice heifers in this class. I think we've got a pretty easy class winner for us. Just so good looking and elegant, and she does it in such a nice package from there on back. She sure got that body and dimension and just about the right kind of bone. Very elegant and very good looking in terms of that head and neck. Good square hip female, just a pretty nice heifer to start this class off with. Good heifer here in second. She just didn't have quite the bells and whistles and the look and pizzazz that the female that wins the class up through her front end, but from there back, that's a very nice heifer. Just a good heifer here to start the class.
Well, congratulations back in the key ring. Results out of your early spring yearling division. Champion will go to Sarah Sullivan, Dunlap, Iowa, with ESS Priscilla 2240K, and reserve champion exhibited by Max Krimpaski of South Charleston, Ohio. Back in the Simbra ring, results of Class 40. First place went to Gage Gillespie, Waxahachie, Texas. Second place, Carter Peoples, Rockwall, Texas. Third place, Kendall Compton, Franklin, Texas. Fourth place, Cannon Hill of East Bernard, Texas. Fifth place, and congratulations also to Cannon Hill. Sixth place will go to Leela Morgan. Seventh place was exhibited by Jacob Merritt. Eighth place, Ben Birch. Ninth place in that class will go to Leah Thorpe. And 10th place, Emily Birch. We're now bringing in Class 41. These are Simbra heifers born January through February of 2023. This will be your final class before the division.
very attractive female to start the class off with, and she's by far the best balanced female all the way through. There's some that are deeper sided and deeper ribbed, but that one gives you a good, just a great look on the side view. And then when she gets out on the go, you maybe even like her a little better. She really gets out and tracks free and easy. Good hip female, a pretty nice place to start the class off with. The deepest sided and the soggiest female in the class is this one in second. She tends to come apart on that front end, a little more chest in her. I'd like to change her foot structure on this heifer quite a lot. But boy, from her shoulders back, that one's stout and big hipped and wide bodied. Just not quite the look up through her front 1/3 as the heifer that wins. Same could be said for the heifer in third going out now. It just needs to be a little more attractive up through that front end. From there back, that's a pretty solid kind of a heifer.
Back on our Simbra side, the Red Baldy is one that, once again, is going to lead this particular group off. Young man, if you want to bring her on around, I think combination in this particular class of density and balance and just having some foot size and some added bone and the way she ties herself together from her shoulder back into that forerib and the top side of that spine, still maintains enough adequate reach off of both ends. Her balance from her hooks to her pins maintains enough body shape and integrity and balance in the lower 1/3 of her body. The streak face heifer coming in next is a little greener, maybe just a little lighter heifer, probably the pound's lightest heifer in the class, but I still think the quality's there. Her balance is there. I don't think today she's as powerful as the young man's Red Baldy. She's not quite as dense in her bone structure, maybe not quite as dense right through the center part of her body, but still I love the elegance and smoothness and balance of this female. I think she's got to get in that second spot. The Tiger Stripe female that comes in next is one that has got some added length of body and length of hip, flat shouldered, and still good neck. I want to change her in her lower 1/3 and balance her up, drop that rear flank, give her a little more turn to that middle part of that rib cage, and maybe just give her a little more flex in the middle part of that spine. But I like her added foot size and squareness and power. If there is one that's got a lot of performance in this class, it's her, no doubt. High quality female. We just got to get her to balance to go with all that in her lower 1/3 of her body. The red heifer coming in next is one that's square made. She's flat topped, and I think one that just gives up a little bit of that internal dimension of those top three. There's at times we could get her just to handle and drive that hind leg a little bit better and add a little flex in the middle part of that spine. But this heifer's upside, I mean, she's still fresh and green. I think her best days are yet ahead of her. Just give her a little more internal dimension. A high quality set from top to bottom.
Single entry here, but obviously I think this one could stand some competition. Just beautiful kind of a female, just all the bells and whistles in terms of look and eye appeal, and with that she's just so cowy and deep, shaking down a perfect udder on her. And when you get behind her, that pin placement's super wide and just a big stout female. It just gives you a beautiful look, very nice kind of a female.
Well, congratulations in our final division of your junior yearlings here for the Key Show. Class 14, first place went to Cora Hardy, Decatur, Texas. Second place went to Barrett Duncan of Bonham, Texas. And third place was exhibited by Brooklyn Matlock of Anadarko, Oklahoma. We then brought in Class 15, first place exhibited by Sarah Sullivan, Dunlap, Iowa. Currently in the ring, we'll bring in your division, your class placings, and we'll select a champion reserve junior yearling.
Out here for our calf division here in our Simbra heifer show at a good set from top to bottom. 6 excellent heifers that offer this breed a lot of quality in future and promise. The streak face heifer that wins that first class, both of those pairs of heifers, some unique built ones as far as linear design and extension. The heifer that won that particular duo, I think, was just a little softer in her overall rib cage and in a little deeper set to her rear flank and her forerib, just a little bit better. We could hook her up and square her up just a little bit more when we get her out here with these other two class winners, but I still think that one's awfully good, and a lot of time I think it's going to be very good for that one. The streak face heifer coming out of class 2, excellent pair of heifers that came out of that class in my opinion. two that fit together extremely well. They've got a little extra look. Both of those heifers are extremely square. The black heifer was a little longer hipped, a little longer bodied, a little better and truer as she goes. I think that one puts a lot of good things together. The densest heifer of the group is the red Baldy. She's got added foot size and bone and just mass and internal dimension. She maybe doesn't square up off of both ends and as the heifer right in front of her, but I love that added foot size and bone. For me, in this particular group, in this division, I think there's a pair of heifers that fit quite well together, and they both came out of the same class. Young man, if you'll bring that heifer right over here, you're going to be our division champion. Young lady that was second to our division champion, be our reserve. Congratulations.
Here on our Chianina side, I've got two really nice representatives, and three, I should say, out here for your division. Heifer up on my right. Just really like this heifer in terms of length of body, length of neck, the look she gives you. You love her when she gets out on the go. Obviously, she's not as deep and massive as a heifer that's right behind her, but that's a nice female that you sure like a lot of things about. You don't need to talk too much about this one. This one's a pretty easy division champion, just so good in just about all aspects. Just gives you a cow look, but does it in such a elegant package. Just love the udder she's shaking down. Just a good female. She'll be your division champion. Congratulations.
Well, congratulations. Back over in the Simbra ring, your champion junior heifer calf coming out of class 40. That was Gage Gillespie of Waxahachie, Texas, and reserve champion will go to Carter Peoples of Rockwall, Texas. Well, congratulations then. Back in the key ring, your champion junior yearling goes to Sarah Sullivan, Dunlap, Iowa, with TUBB TSSC Larissa Hu 201K, and reserve champion will go to Cora Hardy of Decatur, Texas. Well, ladies and gentlemen, if you're joining us here in Oklahoma City, we'd like to say a special thank you to our judges in Ring 2, Mr. Ernie and Sam Wallace. Let's put our hands together for them joining us here in the Jim Norick Arena.
Well, thank you very much. It's certainly been a pleasure for Sam and I to evaluate these Chianina cattle. I mean, I knew it would be good when we came, but I wasn't quite prepared when we get them back out here, how good these heifers are all the way down. This is a heck of a set of heifers that Sam and I are very proud of, that if we just got lucky and got these out here, but man, they're nice. And I think they can compete with any show at this event in terms of quality when we get them back out here for champion. I mean, there's 3 or 4 heifers that we've got in mind that we're kind of discussing, and it's so deep in terms of quality that, you know, usually a lot of shows you go to, there's one and then you got to search for the other one. Well, there's 3 or 4 of them out here that can come to the top of this deal. It's been fun to get to judge with my son out here. I got to see my good friend Gerald do it with his son at the Junior National this year, and I was glad he got to do that with him. He got inducted to the Saddle and Sirloin. I mean, he had a heck of a year like this year, and I was glad for him because of it. He was a 40-year friend of mine, and I'm going to miss him. I'm not going to talk very much. Everybody's said all the things you can say about him this week, and he was a special friend to me and a mentor. And I just want to say thanks, Gerald. Appreciate everything you've done for all of us here. And with that, Sam and I will show you the one we like.
And congratulations, your grand champion, key female here at the Cattlemen's Congress, going to Sarah Sullivan, Dunlap, Iowa, with TUBB TSSC Larissa Hu 201K.
Yeah. Back on our Simbra side, and we'll keep things going at really good class from top to bottom. All these heifers offer a lot of quality. The one for me that's just going to put it all together is a young lady's heifer that's going to lead the streak face heifer. She probably gives up a shot performance to these ones behind her, but what we gain, guys, is quality at the ground, symmetry, balance, shape. I think she is the one that just puts it all together. In proportion to her size and her frame and her body condition and maturity, I think she's got enough rib shape. She's a tad bit more shapely through the center part of her hip than the heifer that ends up being second. She's square and she's good at the ground. She's a little bit more flexible when you set her into motion compared to that heifer that's right behind her. I think is when you talk about within this particular group, balance and symmetry, and the one that puts it all together with the least amount of flaws is our young lady there in the pink sweater with that blaze face heifer. The heifer that comes in second, I think is most like her in type of kind as far as look and balance and smoothness. I think she flattens out a little bit more through the center part of her hip. She's just a little bit shorter away she goes off of that hind leg compared to that one, and that's the two subtle differences between those. I think this one in second's just a tad bit more shapely through the center part of her body, but that's a really close decision. The big red heifer coming in third, I think if I could probably get this one young lady just to go and flex a little bit higher up out of and translate that down into the ground a little bit better, maybe we could get her just a spot or two higher. I like this one. I like her performance. I like her balance. I just don't think she balances up quite as well as those two that are right in front of her, and maybe get her just to flex a little bit more. The young lady young man rounding out the class. The heifer that ends up being fourth is just a little more three-dimensional. She's wider, she's sounder, she's square. She's just not as well balanced as those heifers that are right in front of her. Gets a little lower about her chest and her head and her neck compared to those three, but still love her from her shoulders back. Young man rounding out the class, a smooth, elegant made one. Maybe just gets a little bit uncoordinated the way she handles those legs, a little flatter and narrower at her design. A good group from top to bottom.
Well, congratulations back over in the key ring. Your reserve grand champion will come out of the summer yearling division. That was Carly Clark of Muldrow, Oklahoma with Goody ET. Well, again, congratulations to all of our key exhibitors in our open female show. We're going to go right into your junior composite show. First class in the ring will be class 201. These are key composite heifers born April of 23. Back over to the junior Simbra ring, results out of class 42. First place was exhibited by Jenna Taylor of Texarkana, Texas. Second place will go to Bailey Wilson of Washington, Texas. Correction on that. Second place went to Adelie Petrash of Sealy, Texas. Third place went to Bailey Wilson. Fourth place to Leah Thorpe. And fifth place to Roy Baring. Now in the ring, class 43. Simbra heifers born September through October of 22. This will be our final class before the division. Well, ladies and gentlemen, back in ring 2, we're going to get started with your junior key composite females. Welcoming back to the ring, Mr. John Sweeney. John and his wife Kayla and son Jack reside in Cedarville, Ohio, where they operate Sweeney Cattle, which focus on raising Angus show cattle. These cattle are marketed in conjunction with Kayla's family's operation, Campbell Co., where John, Kayla, and Jack also help. Originally from Mitchellville, Iowa, John is a 2011 graduate of Iowa State University with a degree in ag business. After graduating, he started a career with Elanco Animal Health as the beef sales representative for Indiana and Ohio, where he currently works. John has judged many national, state, and local shows in 10 different states. Ladies and gentlemen, let's put our hands together. Welcome Mr. John Sweeney to the Cattlemen's Congress.
A nice way to get started off. Back here in our composite show, I think 3 heifers that have some quality about them, and I think it really comes down to a decision here in your top 2, and certainly some differences in this pair. The longer they're out here, I'm sure comfortable with the young man's black heifer that's going to go ahead and win, and I'll be the first to admit she's probably plenty far along and plenty big for an April heifer, but from there, I like her in terms of her length of neck, her length of spine. She's a female that's appropriate in terms of her condition, balances up good enough underneath. And I think when we set the cattle in motion, she probably just edges that one in second in her ability to get out and grab ground, very appropriate in her angles, gives us a little bit of added foot and bone and mass. A nice female to go ahead and start out. There's things I like about this heifer in second better. I think she is better in terms of the way she blends from the point of her shoulder back into her forerib. Beautiful in terms of her underline and her underpinnings. The way this heifer silhouettes from the side, I like a great deal. For me, the question you got to ask yourself is there quite enough heifer there? And she is more juvenile. She's probably a little more modest in terms of her condition, but at the same time, I read her to be flatter in her forerib shape. As you step in behind her and study her twist and her base width, I do wish there was just a little more calf there. Stunning heifer from the side, cool colored, awesome fit, awesome showed. Heifer that concludes the class is stout, big boned and burly. Tailhead's a shot high, just a little bit off in her balance and the way she transitions from the point of her shoulder back into her body cavity. 3 nice heifers. Good job to these exhibitors.
Back on our Simbra, the September-October class, young man's big stout heifer that's going to win. I think she combines that performance with a flexible skeleton, depth of body, and muscle. Maybe she's not as chiseled through her front 1/3 as the 2 heifers right behind her, but I think everything matches up. I think the quality is there at the ground. I like her mass, and when this young man does get her parked and pulled together, she can still give you an awfully good look. And to me, that young lady's heifer here in second, I think pushes her a little bit more because I do prefer this one through her front 1/3. She's a little flatter shoulder, ties into herself a little bit better. She's a little neater about her ring. I just wish we could square her up just a little bit more when you watch her go away from you, but I still think her balance and her shape and her power, she's a good one. The black and white one, young man, if I could get this one to just go, she's really struggling off of that right side. On the standstill, I think she's the one you want to tie into. I just want to get her to go a little bit better. The big stout red heifer young lady brings us. I love her power, I love her performance. I just want to smooth her up just a little bit. And I think once we do that, I think we can get her to go a little higher. The baldy heifer rounding out the class just gives up too much internal dimension to the ones right in front of her, but a high quality set from top to bottom.
Well, congratulations back over in the Key Composite Ring. First place in Class 1 will go to Keegan Steck of Woodstock, Minnesota. Second place went to Austin Hunker of Bellevue, Ohio. And third place will go to Abigail Stecker of Gary, Oklahoma. Now in the ring is Class 202. These are Key Composite heifers born March of 23. Back to the Simbra ring. Results out of Class 43. First place exhibited by Roy Baring. Second place will go to Tegan Wilson. Third place and congratulations went to Waylon Seeley. Fourth place went to Ellie Hurt. And fifth place to Abby Jones. We're now going to welcome in the first and second selected champion reserve senior heifer calf.
A very diverse class out here, and more so in type and kind even than they are in color. I think we got a lot of different styles of heifers out here, and you did expect that But when it comes down to a composite show, black heifer that's going to win the class is the most my kind in terms of her freshness, her length. I like her balance. She's a heifer that's extremely feminine. You study her pretty much from every angle. At times out here, maybe a little shorter in her toe, maybe goes to the surface, just a little more rigid than I would like off of her rear too, but a quality heifer that's got a neat look and a lot of freshness. Like this red heifer in second for a lot of the same reasons. I like her length, I like her power. She probably is a little more amped up in terms of her muscle pattern as you step in behind them. For me, the question you got to ask yourself is, does that heifer go good enough off of her front too? She's rocked a little more forward in the angle to her shoulder and her knee, kind of throws them when she goes. The blonde heifer in third certainly isn't my kind, but that's not to say that she doesn't have value. If you say you want to go raise show steers or club calves with this thing, I get it, because she's burly, thick-ended, big-boned, and dense-ribbed. Just a touch terminal for me. The smoky heifer that concludes is a little bit more feminine in terms of her kind, a little longer necked, if you will. She's just shorter in her hip, higher in her tail head. I'd like to change the shape to her feet as well.
Back on our Simbra side, we get out here in this fall division in a good group, 4 useful heifers that offer the breed a lot of quality and future and promise. The young heifer that wins that first class, we talked about her, maybe not overwhelming in power and performance, but quality, she's there. Good at the ground, square off of both ends, balances up well. I like her freshness of her condition in relation to her age and maturity. I think she puts a lot of nice things together. The heifer that was second to her in that class, I think was very similar in her type and kind. Maybe we studied that one just a little bit harder, and we wanted to see a little more flex in her spine and just go just a little truer. Maybe not as shapely through the center part of her rib cage and that middle part of her hip as the one that won that class. The big stout one that the young man wins the second class, she too has enough quality at the ground, especially in relation to that class. I love her from her shoulders back, her stoutness, her power, and when the young man does give her a park, she gives you a nice look. She's not as tightly and neat up through the front 1/3 of her body, but that's her breed character. That's her. For me in this particular division, I think the quality lands in our class winners. For me, the one that puts it all together is the young lady's heifer that wins the first class. She'll be our division champion, and the young man that wins the second class will be our reserve division. Congratulations.
A nice division duo out here in contention. We just talked the young man's heifer, and in her particular class, liked her ability to get out and go, and while doing so, one that's still big boned and footed, got some mass and power up high. I think one that's got the right condition for this stage of her life, still enough body and balance. She's a little more advanced in terms of her frame score and in terms of her size, if you will. I think that's something that needs managed on that heifer, but there's a lot of cool pieces to her. One that's very fresh, long-bodied, gives you a nice look from the side, comes next. If you want to say this one's even a little bit better there as you study from her center body back into her flank and udder cavity, I wouldn't argue with you. She's not as tuned up in terms of her shape and her power as you step in behind her. And as we just talked, one that maybe goes to the surface, just a touch more restricted out here off of her rear too. For that reason, I'm going to go ahead and use the young man here to win the division. We'll pull the painted heifer in for contention. Let's give these exhibitors a nice round of applause.
Single entry here on the Simbra side, and here we go, folks. You talk about balance, three-dimensional look, quality and squareness at the ground, beautiful inner presentation. Love the way that shoulder blends into the back side of that forerib and top side of the blades, and then into her chest floor. So strong and true over her top line and up out of her hip. Still maintains some adequate flex and reach off of both ends. Love the center dimension of shape through that rib cage and her hip. Just a very three-dimensional, high-quality female that brings a lot to the table.
A loud colored heifer here pulls in for contention, and we talked that pair as being fairly close just in terms of overall quality. I like this heifer's freshness, her up-headed look, her balance as you study her from the side. There's times out here I wish she got to her stride with just a little bit more comfort and ease, but I actually like that one better as you study her from a side profile standpoint. I think those heifers are close on structure and power. Young man will be our reserve.
Well, congratulations over here in the key ring. Results out of your first division in the composite show. champion late junior heifer calf will go to back number 7113. That's Stack Cabo AM 359L, exhibited by Keegan Stack of Woodstock, Minnesota. And reserve champion will go to Dunk Franny 305 LET, exhibited by Austin Hunker of Bellevue, Ohio. We're now going to welcome in Class 203. These are composite heifers born February of 23.
Another really nice single entry here in our Simbra show. A heifer that offers some quality and squareness and levelness in her lines. A heifer that she too, her shoulder, she blends nice into that forerib, and at the top side of her blades still maintains enough depth and quality as far as her middle part of her body and quality at the ground. We'll give her a little closer look when we get back out here for division.
Well, congratulations. Back over in the Simbra ring, we had 2 single entries to complete our intermediate heifer division. We're going to bring those single entries back in, select a champion and reserve.
We get out here in our Simbra show and this intermediate division, to me, probably the young man's heifer that was a single entry in that first class. Bluntly, she's as domineering as a heifer I've seen this morning. So good in her design, muscle shape, balance, and quality, not only to herself but to the breed. I think that's a high quality individual, no doubt. The streak face heifer the young man here brings, that was winner out of that single entry next class, still a square, good made one that's going to make an awfully good cow for this young man's young show career. For me in this division, it's pretty simple. Young man that wins the first class will be our division champion. Young man out of that second class will be our reserve. Compliments to both of these young men.
A nice pair of heifers back here in our composite show, and 2 that are very contrasting in terms of their type and kind. Quite frankly, I wish we could combine them. I'm drawn to the freshness and the cowy look of the young lady's heifer that's going to go ahead and win, and quite simply, it's her structure that allows her to do so. She's more comfortable, in particular, in the way she sets down at the ground there off of her rear pastern, more flexible in the way she goes. A female that's still got some body and some balance as you study her from the side. You'd rein her front toes in just a little more squarely when you stand right in front of her. But we could say that about the heifer in second. Where I'd change this one in particular, you get in right in behind her, and there's not quite as much pin width and squareness and power as I would like. She matches that right behind her blade also, just being a touch flatter. But again, I think her structure propels her to the top. Young lady's got a powerful one here coming next. Undeniably big-bodied, stout back, thick-ended, very amped up in terms of her muscle package and the way it's arranged on her skeleton. For me, the longer she's out here, and hey, I know she's not acting the best, but she's one that searches a good deal there off of her rear too, kind of wants to throw them outside of her skeletal base. One that's a little shorter toed and sits down a little less comfortably on her rear foot. At the same time, she pinches just a touch in her loin and flags that tail head up. But I do like her power. I like the 3-dimensional package that she brings to the table. 2 very interesting heifers to sort through.
Well, congratulations in the intermediate division over here in the Simbra ring. Your champion was exhibited by Nolan Seeley, and reserve champion exhibited by William Birch. Now in the ring, we have Class 46. This is Simbra heifers born March through April of 22. And back over in the key composite ring, results at a Class 2203. First place was exhibited by Mallory Oakley of Mountainville, Missouri. Second place go to Carly Clark of Muldrow, Oklahoma. Now in the ring is Class 204, key composite heifers born January of 23.
Another good set here, junior yearlings here in our Simbra show. The young man's black heifer, pretty commanding on the standstill, square, good made, square off of both ends, flat shouldered, so deep and massive through the center part of her body. Get behind her, she squares up with a big, nice hip. She's plenty flexible enough in this particular group off of both ends. But, you know, if we were going to tweak her just ever so slightly more, we could just change a little bit of that knee and shoulder. But outside of that, a young man presents that one at a high level. The baldy that runs second, a little longer body, longer spined one, maybe doesn't have that quite internal dimension, and just overall squareness is especially the uplift off of her top side of her shoulders and necks is our class winner. But still, I think a high quality heifer. Young man rounding out this class, awfully excited to get this one in production. He says it's a long bodied, high performing female that I think is going to produce something awfully good for this young man later on down the road. That's a high quality set from top to bottom.
Well, congratulations over in the Simbra ring. Results of Class 46. First place was exhibited by Jacob Sansom of Brenham, Texas. Second place will go to Emily Birch of Meeker, Oklahoma. And third place went to Jacob Merritt of Henderson, Texas.
Another high-quality single entry. January, the young lady brings us this darker red tiger stripe female. You talk about smoothness and elegance and grace. This one balances up really well from the side. I think she's got plenty enough turn to that center part of the rib shape. I love her squareness of her design and her levelness over her top line and the flatness of that shoulder. She just balances up real well with some adequate reach off of both ends. We'll give her a little closer look when we get them back out here for our division.
Interesting pair here on the top side of this class, and to be honest, I went back and forth in my mind just a little bit. The longer they're out here, I'm just a little bit more comfortable with the young lady's black heifer here that's going to win. It's just from a design standpoint. She reads just a touch more feminine to me, maybe a bit more cowy, if you will. I'll be the first to admit she's in no way freaky. I mean, she's got a little chest, and she's not the freshest headed one we've seen all day, but she looks like a brood cow. She's got the right sweep to her underline. Really impressive in terms of her density there and springer rib, big back, thick-ended kind of a female. And while she's got plenty of shape to her, it's still, as you step in behind her, is probably arranged a little bit more squarely than that heifer that goes after her. She picks her neck up a little taller out of the top side of her shoulder, and I think structure is actually pretty close between these two. This heifer could go to the ground on just a little bit bigger foot. When she fights the halter, she's maybe a little tentative at her ankle. but I think that one's structure is far good enough. She just looks a little more ladylike to me. Young lady's heifer next. When she hit the ring, you think, oh, there's one we can go to use because she's beautiful haired, she's presented awesome. A heifer, though, that the more I study her, she ties a little bit lower out of her front 1/3, got a little bit more shoulder stuck on the front end of her skeleton. Her hip's not as neat as you get in underneath the presentation, and while she probably has a little more attractive set to her hock and her rear pastern, she can struggle at times, particularly on that offside. For me, we just need to make that one a little bit more brood cow looking to compete with that class winner. The heifer that rounds out the class, maybe the sharpest featured, fresh-headed, high-headed, tight-throated, one that gives you a nice look up front. She needs to go better. We need to redesign the shape of her joints and her rear leg, power this one up just a touch. But a nice class and an interesting top pair.
Back at our last division here in our Simbra heifer show, junior yearlings, the black heifer that wins that first class, big-footed, big-boned, stout skeleton designed one that's got some width over her top and up out of her hip. She's bold and massive through the center part of her body, and on the standstill, she's pretty commanding. There's at times we talked about we could change just a little bit of angulation of that knee and shoulder, but still when you set her into motion, I think she gets out and goes plenty comfortably. The target stripe heifer that wins out of this next class is a little intriguing to me because from the side she looks a little flatter and a little more narrow, but to me you get in behind her and there's a little bit more shape. So this is a little closer decision for me because just angulation of shoulder and knee and flexibility off of both ends, I think the advantage goes to this one. I don't know that she's a stout skeleton design and as powerful as the young man's black heifer, and so there's a little bit of give and take. But for me today, I think just the power and presence and still enough flexibility off of both ends. Young man's black heifer that wins that first class will be our division champion. Young lady that wins that second class will be our reserve. Congratulations.
Another nice division out here in our composite show. Young lady brought us an ultra-complete, sound-structured heifer here out of our first class that sure got enough body depth and spring rib for me as we talked. We'd just like a little more of a good thing there. One that's a little flatter in her muscle package, a little plainer in terms of her base width, but a heifer with a bright future nonetheless. Heifer here that we just got done talking, one that I think's got a lot of power, a lot of body, a lot of rib. I think her structure is sure enough acceptable. Young lady gets her out here, and there's just a lot of cow there. I guess to me, she's going to be your division champion, and the question becomes which one do you go with for reserve? I think that one standing right behind her is the next combination female. Let's congratulate these exhibitors.
Well, congratulations. Back over to the Simbra ring, winding out your Simbra show. Results out of your junior heifer division. Champion went to Jacob Sansom of Brenham, Texas. Reserve champion went to Madison Watson of Liberty, Texas. We then brought in a single entry.
Single entry senior year than the young lady brings us to November here that is getting a little bit closer to her stage of production. Love the freshness of this one. This one's just really fresh, and still with that, in relation to that freshness and body condition and her age, but we still maintain some mass and skeletal prowess, some width and dimension through the center part of her body, and right when you get in behind her, love the added foot size and bone and quality at the ground. It'll be interesting. We get her back out here for this the championship lineup, high quality single entry.
We'll echo the same comments, a high-quality single entry back over here in our key composite side. A heifer that's maybe not 100% my kind, but I think one that's got some really neat pieces to breed on. Big back, thick-ended, tremendously wide-based and broad-chested. Her bone and foot's pretty undeniable in terms of its stoutness. A touch terminal in her build for me. You'd like to see her neck tie just a little differently out of the top of her shoulder. Like to tuck that tail head down a little more neatly into her hip, and at the same time just give her a little more drop and swing there to her underline. But if you tell me you can raise show steers or club calves out of this one, I'd be the first to agree with you. She's got some great big pieces. Young lady's doing a great job.
Well, congratulations. Back over in the key composite ring, your early junior heifer calf champion was exhibited by Chancey Clark of Muldrow, Oklahoma, with CLA last swing 010L. Reserve in that division went to Emma Graft of Middletown, Ohio. We then brought in a single entry that was first place with Nora Turner of Yukon, Oklahoma. Back over to the Simbra ring, we're bringing in those division champion and reserves, and our judge, Mr. Lionel Meyer, will be selecting his grand and reserve grand champion Simbra heifers here at the Cattlemen's Congress. Let's go ahead and put our hands together for all the junior Simbra exhibitors.
To keep things moving, that we've got a lot of percentage Simmental and purebred Simmental heifers to get through this afternoon, but I don't want to turn short on this awesome lineup of these Simbra exhibitors. No doubt, growing up in South Central Texas, the Simbra breed was always one of my favorite of all the American breeds. I always loved these cattle, and man, as breeders and exhibitors, I know you weren't overwhelmed with numbers, but as far as the top side of this quality and division winners, I'm deeply impressed. I think from top to bottom, all of these out here, they offer a lot of upswing to this breed and just to the cattle industry in general. Those two calves that come out of that first division, I think, are quite unique. You two youngsters are going to have a lot of fun with those two. I think that black heifer is pretty flawless in her skeleton design. She keeps maturing and doing all the right things. That heifer's going to turn a lot of heads. That red and white one that was reserved in that division, man, when that girl gets her parked, that is such an attractive, square, good-made one. That fall heifer, I think, young lady, when this one starts to hit a little different stage of maturity and starts to mass up and man up, but she's got the skeletal build that she's going to be a big-time heifer maybe later this spring into some of the other majors. I like that one quite well. Pretty domineering one that comes out of that intermediate division, no doubt. You can sit here and write a book and talk about this one all day long, but you talk about shape, internal dimension, quality, and squareness at the ground, and I don't care what breed you got, but this one puts so many of those good things together in a high-quality package and a great presentation. Big-footed, square-made one. When this young man gets this one planted out of that junior yearling division, that one's pretty intriguing as well. We talked about just a little bit of flex into that front shoulder and that knee. Outside of that, that thing's pretty unique, and I think going to make a big-time breeding piece for this young man. She's so square and stout and got some width at chest and width the base. I think that's a high-quality female, especially with one that carries that kind of front end. Young lady, senior yearling there, real fresh, square, good made. She fits the mold. Maybe not quite as commanding in her overall mass as maybe the two heifers right in front of her, but she's the same kind of design and the same kind of quality. For me, there's no doubt there's one out here that wins and puts it all together. We'll go out here and slap this young man right here out of the intermediate division. You'll be our grand champion Simbra heifer on an awfully high quality female.
Well, congratulations, grand champion Simbra heifer here in our junior show at the Cattlemen's Congress goes to Nolan Seeley of San Augustine, Texas, with LMC JSSC Augusta 230K.
Back here in our Key Composite side, a young man's out here doing a great job, doing a good job of showing his calf, and certainly got her presented to the nines. Kind of reminds me of a little guy back home, so cool to see him out here doing it. Got a good calf, strip face baldy here that when he gets her all gathered up, cuts you as nice a silhouette as you could ask for. She's long neck, she's long spine, she's square in terms of her build. Like her condition and still having some body and depth to her, a female I think's acceptable when we set her in motion. Maybe not perfect in the angle to her shoulder and knees at times when that heifer wants to fight him and those feet aren't placed just dead square. She's one that can give you a look of standing a bit wide and a bit winged out up front, but I'd change both of these heifers in their front end structure. Young lady's got a big, long, extended, high-headed heifer here that I appreciate a lot of things about. This heifer's gorgeous in the way she handles her rear too. Got a lot of added flex and set and cushion there, and I like that about her. Longer she's out here, she's a little more rigid and up and down in the angle to her shoulder and her knee. She'll wing those front toes out just a shot like our class winner. And it's when you set her in motion. She maybe rises up a touch in the center of of her back, plays out over her loin, and flags her tail head. But a very, very high-quality pair of heifers. Good job to both these exhibitors.
Well, a big congratulations. Back over in the Simbra ring, your reserve grand champion Simbra heifer was exhibited by Jacob Sansome of Brenham, Texas, with Smith 4-5, Kayla Charming, Emmy Lou. Again, congratulations to the junior Simbra exhibitors. We're going to break for photos momentarily in ring 1. We'll return back with your junior percentage Simmental show. Back over to the key ring. The results out of Class 206. First place exhibited by Maverick Crawford of Ash Flat, Arkansas, with J-Saul Who's Darlin', 2536K. Second place will go to Kate Sherrill of Pawnee, Oklahoma. Now in the ring is Class 207 to complete the senior heifer calf division.
Well, kind of a coin flip of a pair out here, and I don't know that there's huge differences in terms of quality. To me, the discussion is just in terms of what type and kind you prefer. The longer they're out here, I'm just a little more comfortable with the young man's heifer. I think she just offers us a little bit more maternal character, like the shape to her head, like the way she blends, in particular from the point of her shoulder back into her forerib, long-bodied female. A heifer that's probably, as you step in behind him, I won't lie, I mean, she's not as stout and robust in terms of her muscle package as the one right behind her in terms of her rear quarter, but she is bigger back. She's stouter right in behind her blades and out to her loin. Sure, if you want to power up in a comparative sense from behind, I understand, but I think that one just looks like a little more like a female in that regard. For me, you'd change her in her loin and the way she carries it on the move. I mean, I think she's had it smoked down pretty good there, and so maybe that could be helped to touch. In addition, maybe one that's not perfect in terms of the angle to her hock. She's a little bit more up and down. Again, she just looks more like a female. I like the running gear of this heifer in second. I got to be honest, as you study her going, she's got a massive foot, great big bones. She uses them really well. To me, the question of this the question on this heifer is, does she just hinge together good enough for you? Got a little more shoulder, perhaps just a little rounder in the shape to her shoulder. Consequently, you get right in behind her. She's not as big back. She's a little more concave and crushed in her upper forerib. Female to me, that in terms of just her actual body shape, I just wish she just gave you a little bit more feminine package. But I like her looseness of structure, her heaviness of structure. If that one suits your program, I certainly understand. Two very interesting heifers to discuss in this class.
Well, congratulations. In Class 207, first place will go to J-Sol PCC Hoot at 2501K, exhibited by Cutter Willauer of Enola, Oklahoma. Second place and congratulations go to Ladd Turner of Amber, Oklahoma. We're now going to bring those first and seconds in, select the champion reserve, senior heifer calf.
A very interesting division back out here in our composites. Certainly some differences in terms of type and kind. That started out of our first class here to my right with a big back, thick-ended, big-boned heifer that was perhaps just a bit more terminal in terms of her kind. Maybe adjust her in terms of the lie of her underline, in terms of the way she goes there out of her front end, but a heifer that's got some big pieces, neat one to breed on. Strip-face baldy here in second, one that's stunning in terms of her outline. I love her balance, her squareness, her strength atop. A female that I think goes good enough there off of her rear too. At times a little wide and out off of her fronts, but one that just paints such a nice picture out here. Conclude with this last class, a heifer that I just felt was a little more feminine, a little more my kind. I liked her smoothness, her length, her squareness as you study her from behind. She breaks in her loin a touch, and she's a little more up and down in the angle to her hock. But that's a nice heifer in that particular pair. I guess for me, the discussion, the young man's going to win this division. A young lady's going to come up for reserve contention. The discussion then becomes for reserve, but I think quite easily her heifer follows the type and kind I'm looking for. We'll pair up this second class.
Well, congratulations, champion senior heifer calf over here in the key composite ring is Maverick Crawford of Ash Flat, Arkansas, with J. Saul Who's Darlin, 2536K, and reserve champion, and congratulations, K. Sherrill of Pawnee, Oklahoma. We'll now welcome in class 208. These are key composite heifers born July of 22.
A pretty straightforward way to start off in this particular pair. This is going to be a division as well, so congrats to both of these exhibitors. A heifer that I think puts together an awful lot of good pieces here on the front side. On the front side of this class, and no, she's not the wildest looking one we've seen today, but one that's still got some length. I like her length of spine. Female that's beautiful in terms of her body. She's more comfortable in the way she goes to the surface off of her rear too. Certainly has enough on her in terms of just width and the dimension. A little deeper crested heifer, maybe just a little bit rounder in the shape to her crest. I think she kind of matches that with the shape to her skull as well. Maybe just a little more advanced in that regard. A little more up and down to the angle to her shoulder and her knee. I'd change her in that regard, but it's far from getting her beat in this particular division. Young man's heifer in second, stout. She's big back, she's ultra thick-ended, probably more than is necessary in terms of her shape. Consequently, one that's a little coarser in her joint work, shorter in her toe, and more tentative in the way she strikes the surface. Powerful heifer, though, nonetheless. Let's congratulate this particular division.
Well, congratulations in your summer yearling division champion. We'll go to back number 7130. That's Koi Girlfriend 718 AT, exhibited by Paige Wood of Big Cabin, Oklahoma. Second place in reserve in that division will go to Hayden Deeds of Enid, Oklahoma. We're now going to welcome in Class 210. These will be key composites, born March of 22.
An interesting pair out here as we progress through our composite show. I think two heifers are actually kind of similar in the way they're built in terms of being big and stout and bold. I'm just a little more comfortable with the structure on the young lady's heifer. I think one that gets out and has just a little more give at her knee, just a little more pliable in the way she goes at her hock and her rear pastern. Her shoulder angle is probably no better. She's a little bit up and down in that regard. Certainly runs downhill just a touch as you study her tailhead, the way that feeds down her back and transitions into her forerib there. She's one you'd lean up just a touch in terms of her chest as well. But big bodied, thick-ended, got big pieces, and a heifer that in comparison goes just a bit better. Heifer here in second maybe ties a bit higher out of the top side of her shoulder, gives you a little neater look up front. She matches that class winner in terms of her strength and length of spine, maybe just a shot more balanced and bigger in terms of her underlying structure tells the story for me. And we set this one in motion. She just struggles to touch more off of both ends, a little more forward and out in terms of her front end, just plenty tentative in the way she strikes the surface there off of her rear too. If you limber that one up, she's an easy class winner. Today I'd like to see her go better.
Well, congratulations, your champion early spring yearling over here in the key composite ring will go to Callie Baldwin of Winchester, Indiana, with JSOL TSSC Leaping Girl 2327K, and reserve champion went to Austin Hunker of Bellevue, Ohio. Now in the key composite ring will be your final class and division of our show today.
A very stunning heifer out here in our key composite show, and one that you have to like so much from a balance standpoint as you study her from the side. She's got a neat look up front. Love the way this one swings her underline underneath her. Very ideal in terms of the drop that she has there at her center, but still good flanked, and looks like she's starting to lay down the right kind of structure there in her udder cavity. You know, she's not the thickest ended heifer we've seen all day in terms of pin width, or maybe just center rear quarter, but her back's still big enough. And I guess in addition to that, one that arches a really nice rib cage out of either side of her spine. You set her in motion, I think she goes just fine. Very nice angle to her shoulder, her knee, very acceptable in the way she goes off of her rear too. Young man's done an excellent job of getting her shown and presented.
Well, congratulations in the key ring out of your final division. Your champion junior yearling go to back number 7143. That's KABG Maisie 275 KET exhibited by Grayson Belcher of Blakesburg, Iowa. At this time, we're going to bring those division champion reserves into the ring. We'll select a grand and reserve grand champion key composite female. For those of you joining us here in the Jim Norick Arena, Ring 1, we're off and running with the Junior Percentage Simmental Show. Your first class in the ring are Percentage Simmental heifers born May to June of 23.
Well, just a few more thank yous here, and we'll send you off. It's been a lot of fun judging these composite keys. I'm glad to see we've got another outlet for this breed and these cattle again, because the quality is very, very nice. And there's some diversity in terms of type and kind. That's okay. That's what you get when you have a composite breed. End to end, I'm very pleased with the cattle we fielded out here in contention. I'd be remiss if I didn't thank the folks here that put this show on at Cattlemen's Congress. What a wonderful event. By cattlemen, for cattlemen, and I think just one of the really enjoyable exhibition experiences you can have in this business. The people who put it on are top notch. The hospitality of the city of Oklahoma City is second to none. You can tell they want you here. It's seen by us out here as exhibitors and judges and cattlemen. Thank you to the city and the folks in politics and whatever that make this thing happen. It's a very unique event, and we're very appreciative of it as an industry. I've gotten the opportunity to judge several Chianina shows now and owe a lot to that breed and your board, the folks that put it on. I'm always excited to do them because they are the forefront of show cattle. They're a breed that has a lot of use and utility, but boy, you put a rope on them, you put them out here in the ring, and they're tough to turn. So very grateful for the opportunity. I've enjoyed my time a great deal. To me, the champion's not close. It's non-negotiable in my mind. I'll look a little harder for a reserve. put your hands together and congratulate these exhibitors. We'll get you a top pair.
Well, congratulations, your grand champion, key composite female here at the Cattlemen's Congress, coming out of the junior yearling division. That's KABG Maisie 275 KET, exhibited by Grayson Belcher, Blakesburg, Iowa.
Great class here to get our percentage Simmental show going, and just a little bit knowledge back there, the parents and kids, if you could kind of watch how we're going to do this ring and let these kids know how we're going to work this. We're going to keep these cattle moving. We got a lot of good cattle to look at, I'm sure, here this afternoon, and we're going to do it in a quality and efficient manner. The heifer that wins is one that's quality at the ground, stout, power, flat shouldered, good neck, good in her top line. She puts it all together within this particular class as far as power, dimension, skeleton design. She's the one to tie to. The most like her in type and kind is the young lady's heifer that comes in second. She's not as powerful at the ground. She's not as bold from her hooks to her pins, but one that's still got a tremendous amount of reach off of both ends. Her length and extension up through her front end, her length of hip, her length down her spine, still her boldness through the middle part of her body, but at that extra length and extension gets her over this really unique heifer here in third. Young man, this one's good. I like her over her top. I like her body shape, her foot size and her bone, her softness and natural ability to get out and go. She's just not as extended up through her front end. She shortens up just a little bit more about of her hip, but boy, that one's still built good and square in quality there. The young lady's heifer here in four, sweetie, I know this heifer's just not getting it done for you today, but I love her robustness, her power, and her dimension through the center part of her body. Still one that's good in her lines. I love the added width and dimension. I think if this young lady can get this one slowed down where we can get just a little bit better look at her, I think she might slide a spot or two up higher. A really fresh one comes in next, young lady. This one comes at us a little bit more in pieces today. I don't think this is her best day. She's got some hips, she's got some shape, she's got some extension. We just need to change her in that hip loin juncture and in the way that shoulder ties into that forerib just a tad bit better. Young man, smooth, elegant design one rounds out this class. I need to change her from her hook bones to her pins all the way down to the ground. Give a little bit more flair and flex and power in that whole back end of that heifer. High quality set, good complete one to win that class.
Well, congratulations. Back over in the key composite ring, your reserve grand champion came out of your early junior heifer calf division. That was Chancey Clark of Muldrow, Oklahoma, with CLA last swing 010L. Well, again, congratulations to those exhibitors, and again, a thank you to our judge, Mr. John Sweeney. In the percentage Simmental ring, we've gotten started with your heifer show. First place went to Josie Phillips, Maysville, Kentucky, with PUGH Stirs She's a Blackbird 50L. Second place and congratulations go to Delaney Moore with JDEW Josie 2L. Third place was exhibited by Jace Mosley, Early, Texas. Fourth place went to Sadie Robinson of Cushing, Oklahoma. Fifth place will go to Ashley Purvine of Fay, Oklahoma. And sixth place went to Hunter McClure of Johnson, Kansas. We're now going to welcome in Class 50. These are percentage Simmental heifers born April of 23.